Puan Azma Ishak, Timbalan Ketua Pustakawan Perpustakaan UKM, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan para hadirin yang saya hormati sekalian. Saya, Azlan Muhammad Hamzah, pengacara majlis pada hari ini. Selamat datang ke program Hari Penyelidikan 2023 dan terima kasih kepada semua peserta yang sudi hadir menyertai program kami pada hari ini. Kami sangat menghargai kehadiran anda dan harapan kami agar anda semua mendapat manfaat daripada program ini. Hari Penyelidikan 2023 ini adalah siri yang ketiga yang dianjurkan oleh Perpustakaan UKM dan tema Hari Penyelidikan pada tahun ini adalah AI dalam penyelidikan ataupun AI in Research. Seterusnya, bagi memberkati program pada hari ini, mari kita mulakan dengan surah Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil Ar-Rahmanirrahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Para hadirin sekalian, majlis diteruskan dengan ucapan perasmian dari Yang Berusia Puan Azma Ishak, Timbalan Ketua Pustakawan Perpustakaan UKM. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan. Puan Azma, mic.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Terima kasih Encik Azlan, juru acara kita pagi ini. Yang dihormati peserta kursus sekalian, sebagai pembuka kata, saya ingin mengucapkan selamat datang ke Hari Penyelidikan PTSL pada tahun ini 2023. Untuk makluman, Hari Penyelidikan ini dilaksanakan oleh Perpustakaan sahabat tahun dan kali ini kita menjemput penceramah berkaitan dengan topik yang semasa lah dalam penyelidikan. Kali ini bertemakan AI dalam penyelidikan, di mana kita dapat melihat ledakan pelbagai teknologi kecerdasan buatan kini banyak mengubah landscape penghidupan manusia sejagat. Revolusi Industri 4.0 membawa bersama AI ini terkait dengan internet, kebendaan, robotik, pengkomputeran kuantum, blockchain and data raya. AI ini juga dilihat berupaya digunakan untuk menyesuaikan rancangan pengajaran kepada pelajar yang mempunyai keperluan pembelajaran berbeza. Sebab itulah topik ini kita pilihlah tahun ini kan. Selain dari itu, dalam pengisian pada hari ini juga terdapat sesi bersama trainer dan konsultan dari Clarivate yang akan berkongsi perkara-perkara terkini mengenai pengkalan data ProQuest, dissertation, dissertation and thesis, Web of Science, and Journal Citation Report. Saya rasa itu saja yang kita ada pada hari ini dan kita akhir kata saya ingin ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada semua yang bersama dengan program ini dan semoga kita semua mendapat manfaat dan ilmu baru pada hari ini. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Berusia Puan Azma Ishak atas ucapan perasmian sebentar tadi. Hadirin sekalian, sebelum kita memulakan sesi seterusnya, izinkan saya memberikan sedikit peringatan housekeeping. Program Hari Penyelidikan pada hari ini akan berlangsung sehingga petang. Para peserta boleh merujuk poster untuk mengikuti perjalanan program. Kami amat menggalakkan semua peserta untuk menyertai ke semua sesi yang diadakan pada hari ini. Pautan kehadiran akan diberikan di akhir setiap sesi. Untuk kaki tangan UKM, sesi ini akan didaftarkan dalam urus bakat UKM. Untuk makluman semua, Sesi hari ini akan direkodkan dan semasa program dijalankan, mohon kerjasama untuk memastikan mikrofon anda dalam mod senyaplah ataupun mute untuk mengelakkan gangguan semasa sesi dijalankan. Sesi Q&A soal jawab akan diadakan di akhir sesi. Anda boleh menghantar soalan anda melalui ruangan chat yang terdapat di ruangan chat ya, untuk memberikan soalan dan saya akan bacakan soalan lah pada akhir sesi. Okey. Seterusnya kita akan mulakan sesi yang pertama. Kita akan mulakan sesi yang pertama yang bertajuk Progress Dissertation and Thesis Supporting Your Teaching, Learning and Research oleh Miss Kurinji Malarke, Clarivate Customer Education Trainer, Southeast Asia.
Okay, Cik Azlan, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I am hear you. Selamat datang and welcome Miss Kurinji. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay.
Let me just share my screen, ya. Sekejap.
Okay. Thank you for joining us today.
Yep.
Okay, now without further ado, I would like to invite Miss Kurinji to give her presentation.
Okay, I hope everyone can see my screen clearly and can see and can hear me clearly, ya.
Okay, clear. Yes.
Okay, let me go on video. Okay, so very good morning and selamat pagi to all of you. Cik Azlan for hosting this session and Puan Mariatul for organizing this session. Yeah, Puan Mariatul as well as the entire team who who have actually organized this session today. So today the first session is on Progress Dissertation and Thesis Global. I'm not sure how many of you are very familiar with dissertation and thesis platform. If you are familiar, you can just say yes in the chat box. If you can, just feel free to do so. If you are not, don't worry, just say no. Okay, I do see a combination of yes and no. There are some of you familiar, but I see most of you are not familiar. So in this session, I will take you through from the very beginning, accessing to this platform, to going into the platform, finding the information and how you can apply the information in your research paper. Yeah. So whether you are an undergraduate, whether you are a postgraduate, so you can actually find a lot of information in this progress dissertation and thesis. I'm going to conduct this session in English, but you can always post your question in Bahasa Malaysia. Yeah, just feel free to post your question in Bahasa Malaysia. If you want to ask in Bahasa Malaysia, please feel free to do so. Yeah. Okay, let me move on with that. Encik Azlan has introduced me, but I just want to take a few seconds to share about a little bit about me. Yeah? So I'm Kurinji Malar and I'm the customer education trainer with Progress, which is now part of Clarivate, and been with Progress Clarivate about 3.5 years. But in this industry for many years, I have worked very closely with many of the academic institutions across South. I'm based in Malaysia. So on my right here, hold on, let me enable the pointer. Yeah. So on my right here, I always share this quote dissemination expert. I'm sure you are familiar. Whenever we are in the academic journey, we have taken our academic journey, or we are in the research, we have taken the research journey. I always, stick to this quote: working hard for something we don't care is called stress. Whereas when you work hard for something we love is called passion. So I always associate this with research. So we must always be passionate about research, so it becomes something you're passionate about. Otherwise, it becomes the other way. It becomes stress sometimes. Okay, so let's move on. So today, this session, ProQuest dissertation and thesis, is scheduled for 1 hour. Yeah, so 1 hour, we have a few learning objectives to achieve. So for those who are not familiar, I will take you through what is ProQuest dissertation and thesis global all about, and how you can empower some best practices to find some information that will help you. How is this going to be value in your research? Or you can apply some of this information in these examples to apply to your own research. Yeah? Then lastly, when you found your information, you need to organize the information, and you can also create some alerts to keep yourself updated or keep yourself abreast in the development of your research paper or your research domain. So we will see that in next 1 hour or so, including the Q&A session. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. So to manage the bandwidth better, let me go off video, and this is being recorded as well. Just let me go off video. If you have any question later, I will come back to you. Okay, let's move on. Okay. So discover the content coverage of PQDT. So whenever you are you want to access to PQDT, you must know what can I find in this this platform. So sometimes, if you notice, I will mention it PQDT. Sometimes I mention is ProQuest dissertation and thesis. So I'm using this term interchangeably. So I'm actually referring to ProQuest dissertation and thesis global. Yeah? So before we start, I would take you through the history of ProQuest dissertation and thesis. Yeah. So in 1939, ProQuest actually started disseminating this information, the dissertation and thesis, in the form of books. So they were actually disseminated using the name of UMI. Then subsequently, in 1997, there is a platform. The online platform has been created. Along the way, they was disseminating using microfilm, or have been using CDs and so on. Then in year 2000, although the information has been disseminated using the online platform, but there's always a conception saying that all this content that we have is very US-centric. So in the year 2000, ProQuest started expanding it to the global coverage, including UK, Europe, the other and the other coverage of other part of the world, including Asia, especially in China, Hong Kong, as well as India. And lately, in the last 2 to 3 years, they've been expanding to Southeast Asia as well. Yeah? And the very important development along the way is the citation connection. So if you go into the dissertation and thesis, let's say you have a topic very unique, but you only found one paper, 1 or 2 papers related to you. And if you want to expand your sources, so you want to expand it based on the topic that you're looking at, you can use some of the citation connection to expand it. So it is now embedded in this platform. And the latest development is, if you are using the Web of Science, you can find the ProQuest dissertation and thesis index in the Web of Science. So when you do a search, it can be together along with the dissertation and thesis. And if you want to access to the full text, when you click on the dissertation and thesis in Web of Science, it will take you back to your ProQuest platform full text. Yeah? So this is how some background to what ProQuest dissertation and thesis is. Okay. Now let's move on. Overall, the role of ProQuest dissertation and thesis, there are actually 3 roles. But today's session, we're going to focus on how dissertation and thesis will accelerate your discovery. So as a researcher, as a student, or if you're looking for some information, how this is going to accelerate your discovery. So this is what we're going to focus. But the other roles are basically what dissertation and thesis or ProQuest dissertation and thesis does is it will collate all that information and disseminate it through this platform, yeah, amplify your research. So once it's amplify your research, you can also use a dashboard, yeah, a dashboard to see whether how much your institution's dissertation and thesis has influenced the others across the world, or which country is using my dissertation, which of my paper in my institution has been using. So, but this one, we are not touching on this today because this is just to share information with you. Our focus is on accelerating the discovery. Okay, let me go into it. This is based on the field of psychology. The research done by in the field of psychology says that on average, only 25% of the dissertation and thesis is actually contributing to future scholarship. That means it's converted into the scholarly journals or converted into scholarly books. But the rest of the 75% of the collections of information, the dissertation and thesis, remained as untapped resources. So now having access to this platform, you are accessing to more information that's been untapped in the past so that you can uncover the undiscovered information through this platform. Then these informations are basically can be contributing scholarship to tackle of the global challenges such as climate change, human rights, migration, and etc. Can be any other topics as well. We will see that this collection is a multidisciplinary collection. Now, what can I find it? What is it all about? Okay, ProQuest Dissertation and Thesis is a platform that hosts actual graduate works, actual graduate work, postgraduate works, yeah, from master's collection to the doctoral collection. So, for example, if you see now if you log into your platform, you have actually access to 5.6 million records, where you have both in abstract as well as in full text, but you have about 3.1 million in full text. You have it currently in your collection. And where is this collection come from? From 60 other countries represented here. So it has been contributed from 60 plus countries, from about 4,100 universities. And every year, a new collection is being added. And why is it important for you? When there's a new collection, that means it's evolving. So you can also see the new development of your research, yeah, domain that you're working on. Okay. Now move on. Why is it important as a researcher? Why is it important to you? Okay, so because it actually exposes you to the world of cutting edge research, yeah, for students as well as scholars. With exposing you to now is 5.6 million, 5.6 million works spanning across geography, time, and across the world basically, with 3 million full text, 3.1 million now with full text. And what is this? Why is this important? So as you know, whenever you embark on your research journey, if you're a new early career researchers, new to research, right? Sometimes when we are asked to do a project paper or start with the dissertation and thesis, sometimes you don't have an idea. You may not have an idea. So usually it's guided by your advisors, your supervisors, your lecturers, your professors, you guide you through. But it is good when if you have done some kind of background before you talk to your advisors or your research, your professors, to know a little bit more about your topic. So to do so, you will not be able to visualize the topic that you have. You may have a very broad topic, but you do not know how to go define your topic further, right? So to get an example, to get an idea, this is the platform that you come to. ProQuest Dissertation and Thesis is a platform you go to get in-depth scholarly examples. So if you go into that, you probably have a broad topic in your mind. Then you can look at in that broad topic, what research has been done across the world, and you can get an ideas how this research was designed, what structure of this, what is the structure of this research, what has been included in introduction, how is the methodology like, how is this research has been carried out. So all the information, you can find it in this collections of information. And sometimes the collections can be, sometimes unique. You can find some unique topic that has been discovered elsewhere, and you want to apply it in the same context in our local context as well. You can do the same concept in the local context. Okay, and of course it provides you a lots of a diverse perspective across the world. And the best part is always focus on looking at the recommendation. So you found some research is very interesting, then you zoom into looking at how this research was carried out, and then you go zoom into the conclusion part and say, okay, this research has been done in the past. What was the limitation? Why this research has a limitation? What was the limitation? And you look at the recommendation for future. So if it is applied, it can be applied in our local context, then you can use some of the recommendations to address the gap, to address the gap of the research and apply it into our local context. So these are some examples you can find in this platform. And not only that, because this actual dissertation and thesis once it's gone through the editorial review, then it goes to some enhancement and robust indexing. So why is it important? So whenever a content is being indexed or being enhanced, it will help you to discover the information easily. So for example, if you're saying that I want to find this particular dissertation with a topic specifically on certain universities that you want to, you can easily refine it and find it easily. Yeah, so that's why how the indexing has been done, so that you can discover easily the information. Okay, I will go through. So like I said, if you're coming from a different discipline, whether you're coming from doing research with regards to to engineering, or if you're doing to health and medical, environmental science, social sciences, any other background to your research, so you can see a lots of coverage in all this list of subjects. On my right here, on the next slide, basically, these are some of the topics has been highly discussed, highly covered in this collection, from public health to biology, to to education, to mathematics, to alternative energy, to many other subjects that you can see the collections of the granular topics that has been covered here. Okay, I will move on next. So to know where is the content coming from, so like I said, it was originally from US, then expanded to UK, to Asia in China, to India in Hong Kong, then to Europe, to Middle East, and now recently in the last 2-3 years expanding to Malaysia. We have a few collections in Malaysia, then we have it in Indonesia, Singapore, and Philippines, and Thailand is upcoming as well. Okay, let's move on. Because this content is sitting on the ProQuest platform, so to discover the collection, you need to understand some of the background to it, how to find information more effectively by applying some techniques like Boolean operators, phrase searching, looking at word variances, and so on. So don't worry about this, because we already have share the video tutorial. Yeah. Hold on a second. Okay, now if you focus on the chat box, I'm sharing the LibGuides. So if when you click on that LibGuides, it will take you to this page here. Yeah, LibGuides. If you click on the link and scroll down, you see basic search. So if you click on the Launch ProQuest ebook, Launch ProQuest platform basic search, it will take you to an e-learning tutorial about 7 minutes to understand how the basic search works. So it works across every platform, ProQuest platform. So to become more familiar with how to find information from ProQuest platform, you can go to this site, access to the e-tutorial from here, the search strategies, and also look at the advanced search. You probably spend about less than 20 minutes, and then you already know how to use that platform more effectively. Yeah. Today, I may not be able to cover because we have about an hour, so too much to cover on the search techniques. So, but once you have gone through the tutorial, you will be very familiar. Okay, so don't worry. Okay, let's move on. So these are the summary of it. I will not cover here. Okay. This is how the e-tutorial looks like. A value of it. So usually why do we come here? We do come to this platform is to identify and define a research topic. So usually you will have a very broad topic when you want to come to this platform, and you already have a very broad topic in your mind. And with the broad topic, you want to turn your ideas into a research problem. Then you will also design your research questions. So to do so, what is your first step? Your first step is you need to examine and evaluate the findings from the existing research. So it can be starting with the dissertation and thesis, then eventually can go on to your scholarly journals. Then you have kind of a foundational understanding of your research. Okay, you can see a broader perspective of your research, what has been covered, what has not been covered. So with that, you can, when you're refining your questions or refining your topic, it will be much more easier for you. I won't go into the screen example because we go into the live demo. So in meanwhile, if you have any question, just feel free to put in the chat box. I'm sure you have already gone through the session, how to access to this platform and so on. But nevertheless, to access to this ProQuest dissertation and thesis is through your library portal. Yeah, I'm sure you know how to get to your library portal. So always go into, if you're looking for the online databases, online collections, so you can go into the eSumber, and of course you need to enter your remote text ID and password. Yeah, so I'm sure you have it already. So once you have entered, look up for ProQuest dissertation and thesis. So once you've clicked on it, you are able to access to this platform. So this is how it looks like. Hold on. Okay, so once you have entered the credential correctly, you will see ProQuest dissertation and thesis. If you see more others, if you don't see the dissertation and thesis, it will be part of the collection, not to worry. So, and of course, you see that this now I'm accessing my internal site. Yours will be labeled at University Kebangsaan Malaysia here. So you will make sure that access to your institution's access. Okay. Now, most of you might be familiar with databases searches. Same goes to dissertation and thesis. So there's always a basic search. There's always an advanced search for you to discover your information. So basic search is, let's say if you're new to this platform and you have topic in your mind. So your topic coverage, like I mentioned earlier, is a multidisciplinary coverage. So whether you are doing research with arts related, business related, social science related, mathematics related, engineering related, health and medical related, it's all covered here. So if you're here, let's say you have some ideas, you want to do research on this topic. Yeah, this can be a topic that you're working on, can be any topic. So all that you do is you put in your keywords. So when you are here, you can have a broad keywords. You can also have specific keywords. So in this case, I just took a very basic hydrogen storage. Then you just search, just like in Google, just search it. This is to confirm whether you will find information or not. So you can see there's a lots of results. So, and how this is read is hydrogen and storage. Yeah, hydrogen and storage. So there's so many results that you can see that actually discussing about this hydrogen storage related topic. So this will give you an idea. Yes, this proper dissertation, I can find information, so I should consult further. So you have got an idea. Then only then you can move in, because you already have some ideas, you can move into your advanced search. So that's basic search, just to see, can I find information? Let me clear the form. So then you go into, hold on, if I click too fast, hold on. So if you're on this page, if you want to access to advanced search, you click here, or you can see the 3 dots, you can go into the advanced search here. Okay. So once you are here, okay, we assume you have done some research in the past, you know what's your key term, and how you either have a, when you're here, you either have a very broad term, or you already define your specific topic that you want to research. Can be catered to any stage in your research, or sometimes you already have your research question and you want to find some answers to your research question. So you can be at any stage of your research, but usually for dissertation and thesis, we are usually at the ideation space where we want to find some ideas to our broad topic that we have. Okay, now you can apply the techniques differently. So if you see on my right, you have search fields. So search fields are designed accordingly to the content that you have. Like in this example, because these are all dissertation and thesis, so you definitely have, in dissertation, you have your abstract, you have your title, you have the index key terms, index terms, authors' names, and all that information also available. So it is reflection of the content that you have in this platform. So if your idea is to get an broad topic and get an idea of the research done in that broad topic, use all subject indexing. Okay? This is for you to get an idea. So I'm going to use just, let's say, it can be any topic. Yeah, I'm just taking this as an example. Green building. So if you're working on environmental related research, and you're going to do it, you want to find research related to green building. So it can be green building, green innovation, green rooftop, or whatever your term. Yeah, you can do this. So before, okay, hold on. So if you notice, I have not selected any of this because you are in the phase of getting your ideas. So what you get covered here is both the master's and doctoral, master's thesis as well as the doctoral dissertation. And we don't confine anything yet, and don't confine the dates, no, not limiting to full text also. So let's see, no, this is not what I want to search. Let's change the subject, see in a broader concept. Let's say this one. Renewable energy or alternative energy. So if you notice, I use connector or, yeah, operator or. It's a Boolean operator. So you can use Boolean operators, you can use the truncations, you can use the wildcards. All that will be covered in the e-tutorial. Okay? So you just watch that. Now what happens is it will search for all the documents that has been subject under the renewable energy or alternative energy. So from here, how you want to expand is look at the filter panels. So go into the subject and say, okay, what subjects has been discussed here? So you can click more and say, okay, if you had in the past looking at it from just alternative energy sources, now you are also exposed to other subjects. Or could I expose to photovoltaic, or do I expose to some other topics in relevance to the renewable energy or the alternative energy. Okay, so you get an idea. You expose to many other subjects, not specific to one subject that you were looking at. Now then you go into the index term. So you go into the index term and zoom in to say, okay, whether or not I'm looking at the alternative energy or renewable energy from a solar energy perspective, or wind energy perspective, or biofuels, or energy storage, or biomass, or any topic is of your interest, because there are so many research has been done based on these index terms. Yeah? These index terms are provided by the authors, which is relevant to their research. So you can now expose yourself to looking at some of these topics and explore it accordingly. Okay. Then you will see, okay, I want to see who are the dissertation, which university it comes from. Then you go to your left panel here, look at the institution. Okay, so you can see there's a lot of research from University Malaya as well. Then next to that, you have Purdue University have also done some research on that. So you can just pick which one that you want to. So if you are always want to follow certain universities' research, you can pick the one. Or if you want to say, no, I want to look at Stanford's research, how is this research done with renewable energy, alternative energy, you can zoom into that. Yeah, just select, include, apply, and then it will go into that research. So once you know how to navigate the filter panels, then it's much easier. And most importantly, the use of the search fields. So what I did now, I just use subject indexing to discover, yeah, to just discover. So some instances you already have your topic. So let me just go one step further. Okay, so now in your mind, if you're saying, why is this dissertation is tagged under the renewable energy, alternative energy? So if you click on a quick look, on your right here, you will see this dissertation. It actually discuss all the subjects here, including renewable resources, biomass energy, alternative energy. That is why you get this surfaced here, yeah? So if you don't see it on your right here, if you don't see it on your right, it's always in the abstract of the documents. Okay, so it is already been, okay, here, abstracts, classification. Okay, it's okay, under the classification is also covered. So that is why it's important for you to understand how it works, then you can discover the collection. Now, I'm going to go one step. The next scenario is, let's assume you know what you want. You know the term that you want to search. You already done your research few times. You read a few papers. You know what you want exactly. So this time you are looking at thermal energy storage, for example. Okay, so remember here, I might use some terms because I cannot cover for every subject. You can use any of your term, any of your research related questions, yeah? or research related key terms. Okay, now thermal energy storage is the term that you want to look for. This is very specific. You want to know more about it and where you want it to appear. Okay. In this platform, there's another way to discover. One is anywhere except full text. So what it means is you will search at the title, at the abstract, at wherever it's been indexed. So for us, as long as it's appear in the either in the title or abstract, is very good enough already. But it will not go into your full text. That means it will not go into the introduction, to the methodology, to the data analysis, or to, it will not go into the conclusion and all. It will only search at the title, abstract, and few other indexing terms. Okay, so let's see how the results is. Okay, so do you see that you have quite a number of results. Basically, it's all about thermal energy storage. So how it reads it is thermal and energy and storage. That means all these three words must appear in this research. I mean, this search results. So if you want it as a very phrase, you put a quotation mark. But I think for this term, you don't enter the quotation mark yet, because this may not be a phrase. Yeah. So you want to explore first, then only you can, later on you found more specific terms, only then you go in and, refine it accordingly. Okay, so now on your left, you can refine by time. Okay, let's say I want to look at last 10 years or last 20 years of content and click update, or you can use the date range. Hold on, yeah. You can say from 2016 to current. You just type in something like that. Just type in, yeah. Hold on. Just enter 2016 to 2023 or something like that. You can update, and then again same concept. Go in, looking at index and so on. So once you are here, you need to explore it. Yeah, you need to explore it. So to explore it, I would always say there is a citation connection. So remember to select the citation connection. Not all, sorry, is any question? You don't have question, make sure speaker is on mute. Okay. Okay. Now, when you're here, you probably want to see a little bit more in detail. You want to deep dive into this paper. So to do so, some of this paper, it comes with citation connection. So you see some with the references. So that means you can access to the references directly from here. Okay, can you see not all of them has, but some of them has the references in listed here. So to get everything in detail, use the citation connection. Select the citation connection, click on search. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I want to wait. Hold on. I don't want to refine yet. Okay. This is what all this collection of information, the 1005 results, will have the citation connection. So you can see all has the references. So if you want to read more about it, you either go through the quick look, read quickly the abstract and go into the full documents, or you can always go from here and read the documents directly from here. Okay, so you have a full text which is in the PDF format. This is the PDF format that you have. And usually I will encourage to go in quickly, look at the structure. Okay, what has been included into the introduction, what is the critical literature review, how this has been done for this paper. Okay, you just go into that and go into every subjects, every of these going further, just go down all the way, then look at this conclusion. So remember when I talk about conclusion, how this research has been carried out, what was the limitation when they were doing this research, and what has been recommended in future. So read that and see if that is still a gap, still you can apply in our context, in local context, in Malaysia, in specifically in certain states or whatever. You can apply it accordingly. Okay, so that is number one, examining this research paper, this dissertation. On your left here, if you want to expand, let's say you only found this, you want to expand more information about this, you want to see what had already happened in the past, in the historical version of historical research. Yeah, so you just go back to the references. Okay, now in these references, if in your institution, right, I'm not using your institution's access. So if you in your institution access, if you see this is hyperlinked, that means you can access this directly. You can just click and access the content. If it is not hyperlinked, all that you do is you take the citation and search it from a broader access from your library portal, your library catalog. If you have the discovery services, use the discovery services, or you can always look up for alternative access to find the information. But if it's already been hyperlinked like this, you can access it directly from here. Just click on it and you can able to access. So why is this references important? Is for you to look at what was this research done in the past, and then now you want to see, you also want to add your research sources to your research. Yeah, you can export it to your citation management system and etc. Then on my right here, there's some foundational research. So this foundational research, not all documents will have the foundational research. Yeah, those will be the citation connections only will have the foundational research. So on my right here, it tells you this will give an idea. If you want to read about this dissertation and thesis, you want to understand the concept even in a broader perspective, you go to foundational research, because they actually suggest you to explore the the scholarly journals. Yeah, some of the scholarly journals here, although it's old one, but this has been recommended to view because why they recommend is because these two papers, they have shared at least 5 references from here. This paper had shared 5 references from here. So that means at least 5 here. So that means it's definitely there's some relationship between these two papers. So it expect you to read, suggests you to read, and say it's been cited subsequently 73 times and so on. So you are kind of given more information or more related information for you to explore further. So just expand your network on this research that you're doing. Or as at the bottom here, if you come down to this bottom of this this research paper, this page basically. Okay. You will see similar dissertations. So what we see on the right is more of the scholarly journals, or if any other information has been cited using the same references, you will find it here, including working papers or conference papers. But if you want to see similar dissertation to what you are exploring, examining, then you see similar dissertation. So this paper seems to have 14% similarity with this paper, because they also have referred the same, at least five of the references. So it has got some relation. So what you do, you find this one paper, that's fine. You explore the references, you explore the foundational research, then you explore the these similar dissertation. With that, I'm sure you will get a few other papers that are relevant to that, just to understand the whole little bit more about the research that you're working on. Yeah. So as long as you find one or two papers, it should be good for you to explore it. So that is the citation connection that you have in ProQuest dissertation and thesis. Okay, I think the question to show how to access has been addressed, so it should be okay. Now let's move on one more step. Okay, so we have done, discover information using some of the search fields here. But if you are interested in doing some research field based on the lookup indexes, you have some lookup indexes here. So usually you want to do your search, like say, okay, I just want to know, I know this university has a lots of research on certain topics. Yeah. So for example, if you want to go in and say, okay, I want to go into this university, specific one, okay, go to lookup university. So you want to look up for University of Washington. So if even you do not know the full name, you just put in, I don't know, Washington. And you will find a few other Washington State universities, Washington, what's university. But what you want is the University of Washington. Just look up for University of Washington, just select them. Okay. You can also search for others, like if you want to look up for Glasgow universities, or if you're looking at Cambridge University, Oxford universities, you can do so. Just look up and add here. But right now, I just do one specific university. So you can do that. From here, you just do a quick search and say, if you're interested in reading some of the engineering related research or computer science related research, or some other researchers, you can do so. So there's quite a number of research till from 1914 to current. Scroll down, look at the subjects, or you can look at the index terms. Okay. Or you can look at the subject. Okay, so now you see that if you are doing some research with molecular biology or biochemistry or some other subjects, then you can zoom in and say how this research was conducted in the University of Washington. What was the research? Why is this? What is the direction like? How do they structure the research and so on? So here you go. You're exposed to many different topics from this specific university. So you get an example, then you can examine the paper in details, like I showed you earlier. Just go in, look at the table of contents, understand how this research was carried out. Okay, so what you have is you have full of references, full of examples done by others across the world. So research is built on research papers, yeah, based on the research papers that have been done in the past. So now you will get an idea from here. Okay, so let me look at any other example that I want to show. Just go back, modify again. You want to go back to your advanced search, or go back using the advanced search here, yeah. Okay, every time when you want to change, make sure you clear your form so that if you don't have overlapping. So if you have overlapping, your results may not be accurate. Okay. Now, next one is if you want to go by subjects, or if you have index term in your mind. So if you want to go by a specific index term, like face recognition. Why is using this is good is because sometimes you want to do face recognition. It will also suggest, are you looking at the 3D face recognition? There's some research done on 3D face recognition or some blurred face recognition. There are some research on that. But what you want is basically to look at face recognition specifically. Same concept, once you have searched, how you want to analyze it is use the filter panels. Just use the filter. Index term perspective. Index term, okay, just to let you know the differences. Subject is by ProQuest, yeah. So when they submit the paper, it will be tagged under certain subjects. But the index term is from the author. So if I'm an author submitting my research, my dissertation and thesis, I usually will provide 5 to 6 index terms that is related to my research paper for the easy discovery of this information. So that is why it can be very specific. Some will be very geographical specific. Some will be key term specific. As you can see specifically. Okay. So by doing this accessing to dissertation and thesis, you are not able to only see the examples, but you get exposed to more other concepts of the research. Yeah, in the past, if you already thought about it from one perspective, now you will also have other perspectives of the research because it's from global. So this will be good if you have you examine. Yeah, just examine. Just go in, find some papers, just read it. I know it's reading is the toughest part of it, but from there you will get more ideas when it comes to research. Okay, now let's go back to this page. Okay, the search on advanced page is very important. So you can always go to your basic search here, advanced search, and so on. Okay, now I'm going to go into we still have time, so we're going to go into now you already know why is it important. You know what is dissertation and thesis. You know how to discover information using some of these techniques, even though I have not shown the full techniques, but I have shared with you the videos. Then now you know how to examine papers, going into do the filtration, finding for the papers, finding for the citation connections, and so on. Now the third one is, and you know how to apply it in your research as well. The next one is basically, how can I save this information? So it is actually a research experience. So once you found those information, you may want to save it into your folder. There is actually a folder called research folder here. Or you can also export your information into your citation management system, or you can download the copy of the dissertation and keep it in your local drive if you have it organized. Yeah. So before that, look at this. Okay. This is if I put a cursor here, it's recent searches. So recent searches are all captured. Whatever they have been doing in the past is all captured, including what I did earlier, ischemic cardiovascular disease. It's been also captured here because I did it earlier. So if you want all this information to be kept, what you do is you can export all the searches, just export them into PDF to RTF, so HTML and so on. Or what you can do is you can always save every time you do a research and say, okay, I want to save this because I want to come back and redo the search, rerun the searches. Okay, so now if you go to save search alert, if you click on the arrow here, it will save your searches. You can create alert on this topic. You can create RSS feed and etc. So you can, every time you run a search, you can do so. So for example, let's look at this. Okay, so let's say this is your result. You already refine it accordingly. You have looked at it and you want to read some of this topic subsequently. Okay, you can immediately save this from here. And after you have run the search, just save it, and you want to save this search. Okay, take the name, exact name, and save it here. Okay, so when you want to save the search, it will ask you, pop up and say, okay, you want to search, you save your search, but you are accessing through your IP or your institution's access. But the system needs to know who wants to save this information. So you just create an account. Don't worry about creating an account. Everyone in the institution can create your account. Just create an account. Okay, enter your email address, password, confirm it. That's it. Acknowledge the consent. That's all. Then once you have done that, you can just log in to the people icon. Just sign in with your email and the password that you have created. So the email is, if you can, recommended to use the institutional email. Yeah, just have your password, remember, then you just sign in. Okay, now what is this? This is actually a research folder. Why is it important? If you have not completed evaluating or examining your papers, you can always save the searches. You can come back next round and look at it. Just let it save. It's opening right now. Okay. So this is my folder. My folder, I have documents that I have saved. These are 3 documents. I can access to this document directly. But where I have my saved searches here? Save searches on your second tab. Okay, so I have saved this hydrogen storage. I have saved on digital transformation. So why is it important is next time you just log in, go into your folder, just rerun the search. Just click here and rerun it. That's it. Very straightforward. Then you want to keep yourself updated with what's happening subsequently, you just create an alert. Okay. So creating an alert is basically, you can name this as hydrogen energy. And the search will be, this is the search lag. If you can refine, you can do so accordingly. And it will sent to my email that I have registered. But if you want it in the alternative email, you can do so. Then you can also say, yes, include all this. But what you want a newly published document only, or newly added documents, including historical items. Okay, so there are two differences in this, yeah. So number 1 is only new by date, it's new. But in some instances, if an institution newly become partner with dissertation, sometimes they want to share the historical information. Maybe it goes way back to 1980s or 1990s or 2000 and so on. So if you want to keep yourself updated also, make sure you select these newly added documents, including historical items. Okay, you select this, then you say, yes, send to me on daily basis. I want to evaluate quickly. You can just pick any of these, is based on your interest. And how long? Maximum 1 year. You can keep it 2 months, 3 months, 1 year. Then after that, you can extend it also. You can do so. Then you just create the alert. So once you have created the alert, the system will run accordingly, according to the search that you have designed on this frequency that you have set, and it will send to you if there's any new documents, new dissertation found related to hydrogen storage, it will send to you into your email. That's one way how you can keep yourself updated. Another one is some of you, you want to quickly follow up on new updates. You can create the RSS feed. So RSS feed is an extension here. So you can see it's in a Google extension. You need to install that. Once you have installed that, all that you do is just create an RSS feed here. Okay, say yes, you want to create the RSS feed and you follow. That's it. Okay, for me, most likely there is a block here, but you can always do that, and you definitely will find that. Just reload in your access, you should be. So if you see mine, I have also created in the past, yeah, ProQuest. These are all my search that I have done. So if let's say there's new documents has been added, I can see there's a 50 documents is being added. Then you can click on it and you can click access to the documents directly. So this way also you can monitor if there's any new documents is being added, you can monitor. So create alert, create RSS feed for you to stay updated. Okay, for the lecturers, or if you're students, if you found this information is interesting and you want to share it with your team members, all that you do is just get the link. Just click on the link. Okay. Copy the link. You send to them via any of your communication tool. Yeah, any communication tool that you use. So when they click, when your colleague or your team members or your students click on it, you can post this in the learning management system and anywhere. But when they want, the user clicks on it, they must enter the credential, then they can access to this page directly. It's like sharing a pool of information to your team members. Yeah, I found this information. I've done the search. Here is the receipt. Can you evaluate page 1 to 10, or document 1 to 10, or something like that? You can share the information through the link. Sorry. Let's go back to the first step. So let me go here. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, all right. Let it open. We are already coming to the very last part. How to extract information from this platform. Okay. So let's say this is the search we have done. I have confined to 2000 to 2023, to current and beyond. So from here, let's say if you found this one is interesting, this paper you want to access. Hold on, I just want to open this paper. Or you can always select and edit to your. Hold on. Okay, here. Select these 2 documents. You want to put it into your folder. So you just go to the folder and send them to your research folder. That's it. Say, okay, these documents, I want to send them to the research folder. Save it in the research folder. So that next time you come here, you go to the documents, you access to this folder directly. Okay. Now, I'm sure as a researcher, you will have your own way to manage your information. It's very, very important. If you are an undergraduate students, if you have not have the citation management system or reference management system, make sure you have one. So with having that, it's much more easier to manage this collection. Hold on. So what you do is you just open any of these documents, right? Just open any of these documents and say, yes, this is something relevant to me and I want to export it to my citation management system. So you can also do 2 ways. One is to download from here. Okay, download into a PDF. You see a PDF content. Then you can download from here also. You can do a quick citation. If you already taken some references, make sure you cite it accordingly based on the citation styles you have here. But if you're not comfortable with the citation style here, don't worry. You can export it to any of the citation options. Okay, now let me take you there. So if you go to the 3 dots, you have more options. 3 dots here. Okay, you can download, you can email, print, save to the folder, download to your Google Drive, to Microsoft OneDrive, and here you go. You can export to your citation management system. So if you have RefWorks, it's RefWorks, EndNote is EndNote. But if you're using Mendeley, Citavi, Zotero, or any other citation management system, export them to a RIS file. Okay. Now, when you export to RIS file, that means you are exporting only the metadata. It's only the bibliographic information. Okay. So only when you do it from here, from the citation here, from exporting to Mendeley or here, you get the bibliographic information. And how I get it, this is how it goes. You just raise file, continue, save it into any of your folders, usually in your download folder. Hold on. Okay, just in the download folder. And this is the RIS file. Okay. The RIS file is created with all the metadata, the bibliographic information needed for your references. Then you just export it over. Export it to your Mendeley, export it to, if you're using Zotero. If you're using Citavi, then it's Citavi. Just export it over. So when you do this, when you go into your citation management system, when you want to do the in-text citation or you want to do the references, you just use the right citation management, do the quick insert on that information. But what if you, let's say, if you say, no, I want to also have the full text of this information, how do I export it? Okay. Then you export the whatever that you have downloaded into PDF, you export directly to your citation management system. That way you get the full text as well as your bibliography information. Okay? So this is very important for those who wants to collate all the information, put it in a one place so that you can analyze the results and do the in-text citation or the references in future. So then that will be good to use the citation export options. Okay, I think I have covered all the important points that you need to use this platform to support your research or even for teaching purposes. Yeah, so I think I've covered on that, and also to uncover the uncover the undiscovered information. So let me go back to the okay. I think okay. So this is something for you from here better. It's not available yet. It will pop up when you're searching. It should pop up here to give you an understanding of what, especially for those who are new, yeah, the undergraduate students, for you to understand about what is dissertation and thesis. What is a dissertation, how is a dissertation or thesis useful as a source for my topic. This will be covered. It's an e-tutorial also will be covered. So for those postgraduate students, for those who are already in research in the past, but it's still in the very beginning of your research, then you can access to this boot camp, right? Hold on. Can you see my screen?
Hi, Kurinji. No, I think you stopped sharing your screen.
All right, somehow. Can you see this? Okay, now are you able to see this?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
thank you. Okay, so for those who are in just in the very beginning of your research, you want to understand a little bit more about what is dissertation, or how is this dissertation useful for your research, not to find a research topic, and so on, will be available embedded in this platform, itself when you're searching for the documents. But for those who are a little bit experienced, you want to learn about the research journey all about, you have access to this dissertation bootcamp e-learning materials. Hold on, yeah, I'm going to share the link as well. Okay, just focus on the chat box. I'm going to share these. Hold on. Share this link. Yeah, just click on that link. And you should be able to come to this page. Yeah, so you should be able to come to this page where you have access to the e-learning bootcamp or e-learning companions. where you can access to these modules, the 3 modules basically. The one is the getting started on your dissertation and thesis, to understand why should you examine information from dissertation and thesis, how to define your topics and so on. And the second part of it is the efficient discovery, how to find the information more effectively. Some of it I have covered in this session. And the third one is to develop a productive writing plan. Why is it important to start your productive plan, and what are the do's and don'ts when you're doing your research paper, when you're finding or you're starting writing the paper. So make sure you have your 0 draft first and so on. So this all will be covered in here in this developing a productive writing plan. So each of this module takes about 20 minutes of your time. So just spend about just an hour, less than an hour. You should be able to you should be able to get some information to start your research or to embark on your research journey. Okay, so that's I think that's about it. I think I've covered all the important points that you need to start your research with, or if you already started to embark on your research further. So with that, I now hand it over to Jazlan to see if there's any question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kurinji, for the informative presentation. Now it's time for Q&A. We will take questions from the audience. To ask a question, please type your question in the chat box, or you can open your microphone to ask a question to Ms. Kurinji. Maybe I can read a few questions here. From Aisha Bahrain. Hi, can you please show once again how to access progress from EPTSL UKM? Actually, librarian already answered a question. To access progress from e-resources EPTSL, you can go to the library website and then click e-resources EPTSL and log in with your student number and click progress. Yeah. Okay, from Hiwang, could we get access to this if we are not in Malaysia?
Okay, actually, in Chazan, if you're a user of your institution library from your library portal, I think as long as you have access to your remote text ID, I think you should be able to access. Is that right, Chazlan?
Yes.
It's even though you're outside.
Yes,
Malaysia?
we can access from anywhere actually. Go to UKM library website and log into e-resources, then find database progress, research and thesis. Okay. Can we get access to this? Can we get this recording for reference? Actually, we have record this session, and we will send the recording through your email based on email in attendance form. Okay, I am now a postgraduate student. Will I still be able to access this after I have graduated from UKM? Actually, from after you graduate from UKM, you can access the e-resources, but you can be a member of library UKM. Maybe Puan Nolia, can you help me to answer the question? Puan Nolia?
Yes, sorry, Encik Azlan. May I know what is the
Okay.
question?
Okay, I am now a postgraduate student. Will I still be able to access this after I have graduated from UKM?
Okay, sorry. Actually, for our system, only can be accessed to active members. So for those who are alumni UKM, you may access this platform by come in person to the library. Because for those who are alumni, you are only eligible to access to our I mean, you can make a reference at in the library only. For e-resources or our e-collection, you have to come to the library and we will give you a temporary ID.
Okay. Does it answer your question? Okay. I think you answered the question. So another, okay, thank you for the answer. Okay, Maureen. Okay, is there any other question for Ms. Kurinji? Actually, I want to ask one question.
Yes.
Is it, this database, ProQuest and Research and Thesis, also have provide thesis from Malaysia.
Yes.
Yes.
You want to see how to access to that, right?
Yes. Because I see that many from other countries. Maybe is there any thesis from Malaysia?
Oh yeah, there is. Hold on, let me show you that. Okay. So to access to a thesis from a specific country, you can always go to the back to advanced search. Yeah, just back to advanced search. So clear the forms. Okay. So either you can look up here from specific institution, but if you want to go by country, sorry, here, this one, look up for the search field that says location, university or institution location. And we just type in Malaysia here. Okay, wait, because it's look up, so you can just put in here Malaysia. We have add to search, access to sections from Malaysia.
Okay.
So then you want to know who are the contributors, go to university. On your left frame, go to your institution or university.
Okay.
University of Malaya, multimedia, INCF as well, and UPM. Maybe this is not part of it. Never mind, it's okay. And yeah, this is what you have right now.
Okay. So we can also get the full text PDF.
Yeah, if the user allows to access it through full text, then you definitely will see a full text. Like for example, like I confine to and MMU. So let me see. Okay, yeah. So it's full text is available. So if you want to just confine to full text alone, just select full text. Okay, so you get full text. Yeah. So mostly I think for Malaysia is all full text. Why you may not have full text? It maybe it is in the abstract. The reason is because some of the authors, some of the researchers, they may not want to share the full text. They basically just want to share the abstract. Most likely, it's the research has got some further updates or going into patenting and so on. So they may not share the full text. So only abstract level, and also the old sorry, echoing. Some old dissertations may not be available in full text. Okay.
Is there any other questions from the participants? Okay, there's a question here. Why the UM have such a large thesis collection on ProQuest? Is this part of their policy? Maybe you can.
No, that's not there's no such policies. Basically, if you have said I'm going to partner with ProQuest and I want to disseminate my institution's dissertation across, there is no limit. So you can even go backtrack to your old thesis from 2000 to current, or you can say I just want to do it from now and beyond. It's up to the institution. There's no policies. Basically, it's up to the institution how much information I want to disseminate. That's all.
Okay. Did I answer your question, Mark Osman? Thank you. So, if there no other question, maybe we can take 5 or Miss Kurinji?
Yeah, you can. Okay. And
Before,
lastly, this is my post-webinar survey link. Just share it in the link. So you just feel free to. It takes 2 seconds of your time. That's it. Just 2 questions. That's it, Chair Azlan.
this is the link.
I just shared the link.
Okay.
So the next session is about what time, Chair Azlan? I'm doing the next session also.
Actually, next session is 10:40 a.m. So we can take 10 minutes.
10 minutes break. Yeah, we will be back shortly.
Maybe we can start in 10:45.
10:45. Okay. Ya, boleh. Can.
Boleh. Hadirin sekalian, kita akan berehat sebentar untuk sesi seterusnya. 5. Kita akan mulakan sesi kedua pada jam 10.45 pagi. Yeah. We will back for the next session at 10:45 a.m. Okay, untuk borang penyertaan juga telah disertakan dalam ruangan chat. Mohon para peserta untuk mengisi borang kehadiran atau maklumat live program melalui pautan berikut ya, mendapatkan sijil penyertaan ya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum para hadirin yang dihormati sekalian. Kita akan mulakan sesi yang kedua, iaitu dengan tajuk Web of Science, Your First Step to Research Discovery and Pathway to Breakthrough Publication. With Ms. Kirinji, you can start the session now.
Okay, Jazlan, hold on. Let me share the screen, yeah. Okay, welcome again. Welcome to this session. I'm again for the next session on your first stop to research discovery and pathway to breakthrough publication. So this is on a Web of Science platform. So if you would have seen earlier, you would have seen how you can use the ProQuest dissertation and thesis global to discover some undiscovered information to begin your research journey. Yeah? So along your research journey, once you have defined your questions, your research question, then you will need to find answers. You need to find answers to support your research question. So that's where you will still come back to your Web of Science database, or even if you want to find for some ideation on your from the scholarly journal perspective, then Web of Science that you need to come to is a platform that you need to consult further. Yeah. So let me move on to the next part. Hold on, let me just see if there's any question here. Hold on. Okay, so again, I'm going to go off camera. So whenever there's question later on, I will be back on camera. So before we start, I have my colleague Julene is also here in this session. So some of you might be very familiar with Julene. So Julene has been conducting training across Southeast Asia to Hong Kong, to Australia and New Zealand. And I think she have done a couple of sessions with UKM as well in the past. So she's in this session. She'll be, looking at some of the questions if there's need to address the question. And of course, she's based in Singapore. Yeah. So Julie, you want to say hi first before I move on?
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning, Julene. Okay. Okay. So now, again, this session is we have about 1 hour also. So in this 1 hour, we have learning. We have a couple of objectives to achieve. Yeah. So if you see from my screen, hold on, let me enable the point. Couple of objectives. So one is to understand how to find literatures to conduct your literature review. So like I said, once you have defined your question, you need to look up for information literatures to conduct your literature review more efficiently. So that's where you will come to Web of Science to find for your information. The next one is while you are searching, you will be you need to find the most influential papers. Yeah, why should I, what are the influential papers in this my research area? How to find the hot research paper, highly cited papers. So you can also discover it from this in this platform. Yeah. Now, next is when you are examining the scholarly journals, you also need to identify gaps to justify your research. Why is this research important? Why you're doing this research? You identify the gaps and emerging trends in a particular topic. So just by exploring the citation network. So earlier when we talked about the citation connection in dissertation and thesis, now we are moving on to explore the citation network in the scholarly, in the Web of Science scholarly journals. Yeah. Now, along with this platform, you also have these analytic tools. These analytic tools are very powerful and it's very, very important, so that with one click of that analytic tool, you are able to find some answers to the question that you have in your mind. Some of it you may not be you couldn't see it visually when you're doing a search by tags, but with the analytic tool, you are able to see the view in more broader perspective. Broader perspective. So that will help you to uncover novel ideas, potential collaborators, funders, and etc. And there is also a researcher profile that you can manage and curate it along the way, so that you can promote yourself, to showcase your research expertise and etc. Okay, let's move on. So 5 objectives in next 1 hour. Let's move on. So to start with, we always, right, whenever anyone start the research, we always start with the keywords. Keywords is something very, very common. How to start your research? We know this is the broad topic. This is the defined questions. This is the research question that I have. So you have a key term to start with. But keyword search is easy to find information, but often less robust than what you think. Yeah. So sometimes as a researcher, as you go embark into a more complex research experience, then you may not be able to see the connections between the papers if you just go in to look at the keywords only. Yeah? So it's just to share with you on that. Okay, keyword is important to start with. Then after that, you need to explore. Okay, now, what is a citation? So therefore, use of a citation network would be very useful. So what is a citation? So citation, if you see in my screen, is basically a reference to other published materials. So we have seen reference earlier also. So in this paper has been concluded based on the reference materials published in the past, right? So that is a citation as well. Citation index is a database that captures all these references of the items, so that you are able to easily establish which later documents cite which earlier documents. Yeah? So able to see that more clearly with having the citation index. So what it means to you is basically using the citation index, you are able to discover, find older or newer related papers that has some relationship, which you may not have been discovered if you have only used the keyword search. Okay, so we will go a little bit more further. Here. So in the Web of Science, if you're familiar with Web of Science, I'm sure you will come to the terms such as the cited references, time cited, citing articles, related records, and so on. But if you are new to this platform, you are very new, you are just getting on to understand how this platform works, then you need to familiarize yourself with all these terms here, like the cited references, time cited. Sometimes we call this is also citing articles. This time cited is how many times the paper has been cited. Citing articles are articles that have cited the paper, then related records, and etc. So this information is very, very important because whenever you do your search, you will probably find some articles that you think actually spark some ideas. Then from there, you will want to expand, right? Remember, we did that earlier also. We want to expand from here. We got this paper, it's very interesting, but I want to understand a little bit more about this paper, about this concept of this research, understanding more holistic view of this research. Then you will need to use some of the citation connections to explore. So in this paper, you will also look at cited references. Cited references are papers that been cited in this paper, has been referred in this paper to conclude this paper, right? So you want to see the historical version. Why has this paper has been cited? What was this being emphasized? What is the intention of this citation? You want to explore it more, okay? So that is to look back on the cited references. Then you will see, okay, now this is the paper in year 2012. But what happens? What's happened subsequently to this research? How it evolves? What is the next chapter of this paper? Then you want to see how many times has been cited, and the citing articles, who has cited my paper subsequently, which year has been cited, subsequent papers, who has cited my papers. Then you will probably understand why they cite your paper subsequently. Are they agreeing with whatever your arguments in these papers, whatever arguments that is captured in this paper is been agreed, or always on to be questioned or something like that. So you see the subsequent evolution of this paper, the research itself. Okay, so that is time cited. Then you will go into looking at the related records. So in the Web of Science, there is this term called related records. So what is related records? Related records are papers that has been cited at least one of the references from here. So if they have cited one references, so that means it is perceived as related because they are sharing the same documents to cite it. So therefore, it's perceived as related. So also, but apart from exploring the cited references, time cited, you can also explore the related records. Okay, so that this paper basically explain on how the whole citation network works. Later on, when I go into the platform, I will show you, because the Web of Science is basically designed or built based on the citation connection. Okay. Now, when do you use this concept, the citation connections specifically? Particularly when your keywords in the topics are not easy to define. So sometimes the keywords may apply into multiple disciplines, but what you want is you want to find the relationship, the specific relationship between papers, right? So that's where you will find use the citation connections to find information. Or like I said, if you want to look at the older research that you want to trace, you want to go way back and see when was this information discovered, when was this being discussed, and so on. So you can go back to discover, so to see where it has been, when this was the older, basically to trace the older research. Yeah. So for example, in the chemistry field, mainly the chemistry field, if you want to see when was this chemical compound discovered, when was this started to be discussed, so you can keep track on going back to the cited references. Then you will want to know when you want to see where is this research trend leads. So for example, like I said, if you want to see what is the next chapter of this particular research, what has been taken to next level, right? You want to see that. So that is why it is particularly useful for. Okay. Now next is, let's move on. So with that, like I said, Web of Science, it covers the multiple databases. Yeah, it covers multiple databases. But in your current subscription, you will have most of the core collections information, such as the Science Citation Index Expanded, Social Science Citation Index Expanded, Arts and Humanities Citation Index, Emerging Source Citation Index, and including the conference papers, conference proceeding citation index, book citation index. Yeah. So because, like I said, this whole platform is built based on the citation network to support the research community, to explore the gaps and the trends. So you have collections of the information that you have in your current collection. Yeah. Now, next is, if you to know what are the total journals that are available in this Web of Science, you have about 21,000 plus journals with 200,000 conference papers, as well as 100,000 books is available here. And the files go the back files go way back to 1900, yeah, and with the cover to cover indexing. So Web of Science, we always say Web of Science is a selective in coverage. Yeah? So why do we say that? So as you know that whenever if any of the authors, any of the researchers, if have accidentally published in the predatory journals, right, then you will have a very great impact in the career. So it is very critical to an author or researchers where they need to, when they want to publish, they need to know, am I publishing in the trusted journals and so on. So it is because the main reason is the implication is quite critical. So especially they cannot republish the manuscript subsequently. Yeah? So therefore, we have this Web of Science. We call this Web of Science database as an editorial integrity, and it's well known for a publisher neutral index. Okay. Why do we say that is a publisher neutral index? As you know, Clarivate or Web of Science, we do not publish any journals. So hence, when we don't publish any journals, so when it comes to the selection of the journals, the indexing is solely based on a set of selection criteria. There is a set of selection criteria they need to go through to meet the standard to be indexed in the Web of Science. So with that means we don't have any affiliations with the publishers or institution. So that will, that is free of the potential industry bias or conflict of interest. So now next is when we want to index along the way, that is also open access content is being indexed. Yeah. So although it is open access content, so when they want to index in the Web of Science, it also go through the same rigorous evaluation process or selection process to meet the 28 evaluation criteria. That is 28 evaluation criteria for 24 for quality and 4 for impact. So they must meet this criteria in order to be indexed in the Web of Science. So that is why we always say, there is a Web of Science associated with editorial integrity as well as publisher neutral citation index. Okay, now let's move on. For those who also new to Web of Science, I would like to take you through, through this chart to explain to you the evaluation process. So if they want to be indexed, I want to take you through how the index has been done. So for those who are new, maybe some of you already know how it works, just take this as a refresher. But for those who are new, so whenever any index, right, any publisher, they want to index their journals, they will go through a queue. So they will come to Web of Science, Clarivate, so they will be put into a queue to evaluate. So there are a couple of evaluation will be done. So number one is the quality criteria evaluation. That is about 24 quality criteria they must pass through. So once they have got through the met all the 24 evaluation criteria, then they will be indexed in the emerging source citation index. Yeah. So if you see emerging source citation index, they have this journal has passed through 24 quality criteria. So this, whenever they are in the ESCI, the journals can be a multidisciplinary journals. Yeah, it can be social science related, arts and humanity related, or science related journals. Then once they go through subsequent evaluation and they have gained that 4 impact criteria, then eventually it will be moved to Science Citation Index Expanded, Social Science Citation Index, as well as Arts and Humanities Citation Index. Yeah? So they will be moved to this flagship indexing. Then what happens from here, if they lose the impact, if they don't keep up, because the continuous evaluation is being done for all the papers, then they will be back here to ESCI. And if it further drops, you don't keep up with even the quality criteria, they will be removed from this index, yeah, citation index. So that's how rigorous is the process being to be indexed in the Web of Science platform, to be indexed as part of the collection. Okay, so now with that, so now you know, because it's being rigorous, it has been going through such a strictest criteria to be indexed. So this will help researchers to avoid the potential of publishing in the predatory or the untrusted journals. Yeah, so it will help you. So once you know it's been indexed here, then it's more likely it's safe to go ahead. Okay, now let's move on. So I may not want to go into the slides to explain to you about these features and functionality, the powerful information that you have here. Because we have not much time left, I think we have now another half an hour. So I'm going to go into the platform directly. Yeah. To access to Web of Science is the same like before. Go into your institution's library portal, and then go into your eSumber, DSL eSumber, and make sure you access through your remote text access. Ensure you enter your credentials accordingly and look up for Web of Science label, Web of Science. Then you click on it. Then you should be able to access to this page here. Okay. So how many of you here have access to Web of Science in the past and have registered your name? Say yes if you have accessed and registered. Say no if you haven't. Okay. I do see a combination of yes and no, and there are quite a number of no as well. So in that case, for those who have not, if when you click on it, it's still accessing through your library portal. That means it's not personalized yet. So make sure if you see a register button, hold on here. Let me log out. So if you see a register button, okay, you will see a register. You click on the register button, go to your registration information, register it accordingly. Remember your current email and your password, all that, remember. So once you have registered successfully, just sign in with the email and the password. So remember this email and the password. If you're subsequently accessing to JCR or the master journalist, right? When you're accessing to master journalist, if you want to sign in, use the same credentials. It is recommended to use the same credentials so that you have one sign on to access to all the other Web of Science series of products. Yeah. So with that, once you have signed in, why is it important to register? Of course, you can do your searches without registering. You can find information and so on. But once you have registered, you can personalize. You can personalize the page. For example, you can personalize the page that you want to see, the home page. You want to see the recent searches on top, or the latest alerts, or if you want to look at the recommendation. All this can be personalized only when you have registered. And also to save the searches or to create alert. All this only can be done when you have registered. So if you have registered, another benefit that you get is you can access this with the roaming access. So once you have registered, if you're outside, you are not accessing through your portal, you just have to enter your credentials. You are able to access for 6 months. After the 6 months, make sure that you come back to your institutions. Make sure you sign in with the library, with the IP access within your library, with your institution, to get it refreshed, to get the remote access or the roaming access for another 6 months. Okay, so are you clear about this? Yeah, the best is to use your SISWA email, but if it's for those who have been publishing for some time, make sure you use the email that you use for your publishing work. Yeah, make sure that you use the email that you use for publishing work. Okay, so let's move on. So once you're at this page, okay, I'm here at this page. Okay, so now you probably have access to all databases, but what I'm going to share with you today, we're going to focus on Web of Science core collection. And along the way that you also will have access to the, remember I spoke about ProQuest dissertation and citation index is available here. as well as preprint citation index also available. So if you want to access all this collection at one time, then you can go in and select whichever you want. You can uncheck and select these, select the preprint and the ProQuest dissertation thesis together. You can do so, yeah. Otherwise, if you do all, then it will go into one. But what I'm going to focus now is to do the search within Web of Science core collection. Okay. Now there's field search. Yeah? Field search is basically to say, I want to search for this term and I want it to appear in certain part of the documents. So the collections of information that we have in this platform, it's all scholarly journals to some of the conference papers and books, chapters and so on. So in this case, we are going to focus more on the scholarly journals. So in scholarly journals, if you look at this, you have all field. That means if I select all field, it will search across the entire paper. Then if I select topic, then it will search only at the title, abstract, author's keywords, and keyword plus. So if you want to be more specific, topic search is always used. Yeah. And also to start the search with how to manage the search, to do an effective search and all. Like I said, it's a 1 hour session. I may not be able to cover everything together. So you have option to do advanced search here. You also have option to do the basic search or field search, I would call here. And you go to this question mark here. Go to this question mark. Everybody can access this. Yeah. Go to the online help, contact us, is all embedded here. So if you go to help guide, okay. So in this help guide, if you click on search rules, you will understand how the lemmatization works, or if you want to look at from the spelling variances, will that be covered? Will they be recognized? The UK and US spelling, yes, it will be recognized. Then the search operators that you can use, there's a Boolean operators involved. Then there's actually proximity operators as well. And also the, to use some of these, hold on, let me just go to the search rules. The wildcards, use of the right and left hand truncation, right hand internal truncation, and all this will be all explained here. Okay, so you should be, when you look at that, you read that, you'll be able to understand quickly how to use the platform more effectively. So now, as an example, so this is because you have coverage of multiple core collection indexes, from the science citation index to social science citation index to arts and humanities to emerging. So it will cover multidisciplinary topics. So in this example, I'm going to use this one here. Okay, so this is my search. I want to look up for cellulose nanofiber or cellulose nanocrystal. Yeah, so I have entered the truncation, so that if there's any extension of it to nanofiber, can be RIE, IER, and so on, or fibril and so on. So it will capture it. So that is one technique you can apply. Actually, it will be explained here as well. So now with that, you can also just straight away search it. Say, let's say this is your research topic and you probably have your question in your mind to find the answer. So you get access to all the actual scholarly journals, right? 20,000 over results that you have. And to refine it further, if you want to add more keywords, the system with the AI algorithm, it has actually suggested, yeah, with the AI application, it actually suggested some of the keywords that you can add. Whether you want to add, any of these keywords, as you go down and see if it's related to you, you can just add it. So if you want to add a specific keywords, you can just click plus and it said, yes, must be included or remove or should be included. Yeah, it's up to you if you want to use this keyword. So right now I'm removing it. And if you have any additional keywords, you can also add the keywords here. So if you want to add some other keywords, you can do so. Okay, so this is based on the AI suggested terms. Then on your left here, from here, if you want to analyze these papers, you want to examine this paper, you want to synthesize information from here, then you probably look at on the left side, there is a quick filter. So in this quick filter, you can quickly filter some of the highly cited papers, or you can also look at the hot papers. Just a quick check. Do you have access to highly cited papers right now?
I don't think that UKM has.
I don't have. Okay, all right. So just because I wasn't sure, so just want to check. If you don't see the highly cited paper, don't worry. But I basically want to share with you what is the importance to have access to the highly cited papers or the hot papers. Yeah. So this is coming from from the essential science indicator to show you in these collections of results. Yeah, cellulose nanofiber or cellulose nanocrystal related topic, you have some of the influential papers, so highly cited paper and hot papers. So if you want to explore, you want to examine those highly cited paper, just use the quick filter, refine it. And why is this categorized at highly cited paper? So if you look at it, this one is a highly cited paper, and if you click on the trophy icon, it will explain to you. These are papers that has received enough citation to place them in the top 1% of the academic field of chemistry. In the field of chemistry, they have received enough citation to be placed on the top 1%. So it shows you that this is a very influential paper. It's the seminal papers that you need to consult. Yeah? So that's just an indicator. And same goes to hot papers. So if you come across the flame, so these are hot papers, but the definition of hot papers slightly different. These are basically these papers in the past 2 years. Sorry, earlier if I missed that, the highly cited paper is past 10 years, and this one is past 2 years. Yeah, hold on. It's the past 2 years and received enough citation. They have received enough citation to put them on the top 0.1%. So again, these papers, when we talk about highly cited papers, hot papers, something that influential papers or seminal papers that you need to consult. Especially hot papers are more to look at the current emerging trend that you want to look at, uncover the novel areas in the recent years. Yeah, so you can use the hot papers to discover. But not to worry, if you don't have the highly cited papers or hot papers, there's another way that you can discover these collections of information. It's to use on my right here, you can use the sort relevances. But I will come back to the sort relevances later. So right now, just remove this to come back to the original result. Okay. Now, how do I want to see these collections of information? How do I want to evaluate it quickly by using the filter panels on my left? You can filter definitely to see how long it goes way back to which year, so 1995. Then you can also track on how back it goes. Yeah, so hold on. Back to filters, and you can see the researcher's profile. So if you have toggled it to the right, you are able to see the researcher's profile. You can click and explore it. And the Web of Science categories. Okay, so there's few things, new things that, in the past, it wasn't available here for those who have used this platform. There is a citation topics. So Web of Science category is based on the journals at the journal level. So how they have categorized the category is based on at the journal level. But when you see this, which has been there for some time, I think they have about 254 categories. And the next one, if you see citation topics, so citation topics, that it's available in 3 levels, the hierarchy. So basically, they are based on the core citations. This been clustered with the core citations. So there's available in the macro level, then you have it in the meso and the micro. Later on, when I go to a specific document, I will show you the examples of it. Yeah. So let me just see if there's anything to be added here. Yeah. Yeah, so how the classification is done is based on the co-citations of the documents. So when the documents are co-cited frequently, they form a cluster. They form a cluster which has been classified under a certain topic. So these are more granular. These topics are more granular because it is at the article level. This one is at the journal level. So, and if I go down further, if you want to see who are the affiliation, you can explore the affiliation here. And the new one is this affiliation with department, right? It is even go to the sub next level. So these are affiliation with the department. You can also explore that. This is new. And also about accessing some of the sustainable development goals category. So if you want to see how many of these are being added to the sustainable development goals of 03, good health and well-being, you can explore. Okay, so but whenever you do this individually, you are seeing from one dimension. You're saying, okay, this research is on this topic, on in this particular micro topic. So you are exploring based on the one dimension. But if you want to quickly look at multiple dimension, you can use the whole set of these results, 20,000 results, quickly analyze it, right? Just go to analyze result. Okay, here you go. And see, right now it's default to Web of Science category. So this whole result set, they are under the polymer science to need to be, looks like to be on the largest category. Then you can also say, okay, who have been contributing, which institution has been contributing to this this research, So you can go into the affiliation, right, to see, okay, who are the top institution has been contributing to this research and all that. You can zoom in. But right now it's set to 10. You can even increase to 25, the top 25. And within that, let's say if you want to explore further on a specific institution, you can view the records, you can analyze it further. Okay, so you can go multiple layers of analyzing using just one step by just clicking on analyze result. So affiliation, then you want to see which countries has been also involving in this research. Okay, just go into the country and the region. And if you want to see which are the publication has been publication titles. So if you are interested in doing some research on cellulose nanofibers, then you may want to see which are the journals has been publishing on this particular domain as well, particular research topic as well. Okay, so analyzing result will give you a very quick broad understanding or a visual understanding about the research for you to have answer some questions such as if you have questions like example, hold on, let me see this. Who are the prolific authors? So if you want to have that question, just go into the author, right? Just click on it and say who are the prolific authors who had contributed to publication in this domain. So you can see those authors. Then you can also identify institution or affiliation that you want to work with in this with the research on this content, research on these topics, and also funding agency. So next you want to see who are the funding agency who have been funding this particular research. So you can click on funding agencies and explore it. So you get to answer some of those questions that you had it in mind. Not only that, which journals are publishing in this research area, which journals that you can submit the manuscript, and who are the fund, we have already seen the funders in this topic and so on. So you get to answer to those questions you had it in your mind. As you scroll down, you see more tabular format of this content, this result set, which you can refine. You can select it and refine it, or you can even download the data from here. Okay, that is analyzed. Just go back one step. Okay, so you've done you have analyzed it. Now what you want to see is, how can I look at the influential paper if I don't have highly cited papers or hot papers? All that you do is you use the relevance. In relevance, you can do two types of sorting. One is the highest citation. So now when you click on highest citation, you get access to all the papers in relevance to cellulose nanocrystals with the top citation, highest citation. So you may want to explore some of these papers accordingly, since being a seminal or influential papers in this research area. Okay, so that is one way. Another one is this is based on citation. That means if the paper was published many years ago, so that it's also the citation is you're based on that. But what you want to see is the usage count. So, for example, if you want to sort this by usage count, okay. So this usage count is very, very helpful when you want to see why is this particular topic has been accessed in the last 180 days, the last 6 months or so. So whenever it is been highly accessed or highly downloaded or highly viewed and so on, so it is perceived that they have indicated some interest in this paper. So that means users are accessing to this paper. That shows that it's with the assumption there be something very interesting in here. So that is how we said we can help you to uncover another perspective of the trending topics. Yeah. So this is how you can do so. Yes, okay. And good question, good question. That is, yes, you can analyze the sustainable development goals as well. So let me show you one step back. I'm answering that question on from Hendon. Hold on. Yes, you can do so. Here you go. So you can also see the sustainable development. You can analyze it. Okay. Okay, hope that I have answered that question. Coming back to sorting it by the citation, highest citation, as well as sorting it by the usage. Yeah. So remember, highest citation is by the papers that has influential, highly cited papers that has been cited in that field. So so you want to, it's something that you want to explore further. And the other one is the usage. Usage is they have been subsequently in the last 6 months have been highly accessed, highly used. So there is actually an indication of interest. So 2 ways you can explore that. Now, when you have already explored it, so all that you can do is you can say, okay, I'm interested in this paper, I'm interested in this paper, I'm interested in this paper, and I want to bookmark that paper, or you want to save that paper quickly. So you can use a add to mark list and say, yes, I want to create a new list, or I want to just add it to the existing list that I have. So you can create a list and say this is on. Okay, let me just take this. Okay, so just put in the name here, cellulose nanofiber. So just create it. Yeah, so there are 3 such results, and I just create it. Okay, this mark list, very interestingly, you can grow the list. If you do more searches and you read the paper and you find that you want to analyze further, all that you do is just go back and select it again and say, okay, this paper is interesting and I want to add them into my mark list. Just do another round and you can add to what, your list, your existing list. So you can add up to 50 list. You can add to 50 list. Yeah, you can have a 50 list. In each of this list, you can have 50,000 records. Yeah, you can have 50,000 records. Why is important for you? You basically grow the list and you can click on the list and analyze the results. You can do analyzing the results as well. Yeah. Okay, then apart from that, you can also extract information. So for example, if you want to go in and say, I want to export this information to my citation management system, like EndNote Online. If you're using EndNote Online, then you can use to export it here, or to EndNote desktop. Or if you're using other than that, you can again use the RIS file to export it to Mendeley, or if you want to export to your Zotero or Citebi, or if you have RefWorks, then to RefWorks. So it's straightforward, just export it. So you even can export to Excel. So whenever you want to export the records, if you notice, there is maximum 1,000 record at a time. So if you have more than that, just do it in the batches. Yeah. So remember that. Okay. So we have covered quite number of information in this page, but now if you want to submit a proposal for your funding, and you want to show that research that you're working on is promising, is there is actually future for this research and so on. So you have another option to do is the citation report. But citation report works with content or data with 10,000 and fewer. So what you can do is either you want to analyze is the last few years of results. Just select a few years of result. Okay, just select that. Or you can refine it with the papers to say this specific topic that I'm looking at, and you want to analyze the results. Yeah, just do a citation report. Click on citation report. The citation report will show you the matrix, yeah, the publication for the last 5 years that we have selected. Or it's not 5 years, also probably 3-4 years. And the citing articles, how which article has cited this references, citing articles within this collection of information, and it's been time cited. And also very importantly to look at this citation report. So this citation report, at one quick glance that you see, there is a very high increase in the citations, right? Can you see that? It's an increase in the citations. That means this paper has been cited more often, and this shows that there's still a lot of potential being referred, and also the publication itself on an increasing trend. You can see that increasing trend. But if you can show it for a more longer period, that'd be good also. But this is just to show you, because I want to keep up to 10,000 records. So I'm going to show you showing it from this perspective. So this basically is an evidence. Yeah, it's an evidence to show, yes, the topic that I'm working on. Yeah, the current topic that I'm working on in cellulose nanofiber or the cellulose nanocrystal. It's a promising topic. It's on an increasing trend. There's a lot of publication on it as well. So therefore, it is something that relevant it's staying in relevance. Yeah. So you can use that evidence, download this image, and put into your proposal page to show if you're sending it to the funding application or grant application. So this will be something you can apply. Okay. Now coming back to this, just clear this and just go back one step. Okay. And I want to make sure that I'm in the highest citation. Okay. So now I'm going into some of this paper directly. How can I evaluate this paper? So to get access to the full text, if you notice in my page, you see pre-submitted articles from repository, some full text at the publisher. Then if you have access to ProQuest platform, then you can also access from the ProQuest platform itself. If there's a full text available on ProQuest platform, you can access it on ProQuest platform. So for those who are not aware, this Web of Science database, it's not a full text database. It is a citation database. So therefore, if you want to find full text, if you may not find it from all papers may not have the full text, but those papers, open access papers, or if you have collections of information in your institution, or if you have access to the ProQuest platform, you'll be able to access the full text. One way that you want to have access to the full text is to go to your products here. Okay. So there is an EndNote click. It's an extension. Yeah. So when you download this EndNote click, it will appear in just install this, and it will appear in your, it's an extension in your browser. So when you click on that, hold on, just go back to one step. It will go and crawl through and say if there's any PDF format available, it will surface to you. It will surface to you. Then you can click on that and get access to the full text of that particular paper. So just enable the EndNote click. It's actually an extension here. So if I can view this, this is mentioned that you can view the PDF through the EndNote click. So just click on it and you're able to access to the full text. Okay. So now you know how to access to the full text. Let's go in to look at the papers more in detail. How can you examine the papers more in detail? Yeah, deep dive into it. So you get access to all these papers, and if you want to know what is the influential or the impact factor of this journal, right? So because you have JCR, so if you click on the source, this is the journal. So if you click on it, you have the overlay information of this cellulose journal. That is an journal impact factor. That is the journal impact factor, journal category rank. Yeah, it's been ranked in quartile 1 in different categories, and also journal citation indicator. So if you have it here, it's an overlay information. If you have information, if you want to know about this journal's impact, yeah. Okay, now next is there's a keywords, and if you go down, okay, so this is where I talk about the citation topic. Yeah, so from the macro perspective, it is under agriculture, environment, yeah, and ecology. So under the macro topics, then under the meso topic, then it goes in one next level is under the paper and wood material science, paper and wood material science. And the next one is specifically into the cellulose. So if you are interested in looking for all the topics that has been cited, has been classified or categorized under the micro level citation topic cellulose, just do a quick check, click on it. Then you get access to all those has been classified under the cellulose. Okay, so that's easy to discover some of the content using some of the papers using the citation classification. Okay, now on my right here, on my right is the citation network. So if you recall my very first slide, if you found this paper, but you want to expand, know more about this paper, so this is how you do it. You see on your right here, you have access to the subsequently cited papers. Yeah, 2,994 papers has been subsequently cited this paper. And you have also references. It has used 284 references to conclude this paper, and also the view related records. So this paper and this paper have shared 87 shared references. So it is also relevant. So you must consult. These are some of the papers you should consult, so that you get an idea about the research that the paper that you are reviewing, or the paper or the topic that you are working on. Okay, so this is where you get the citation network. Okay, so there are also a few other information. I'm sure you can explore that more. I will not go into that because we have another few more minutes. Yeah, let me go to another type of searches. Now, from the field searches, if you want to zoom into your institution's search, you want to analyze your results based on the okay. Lina, hold on. I will come to that shortly. Okay, hold on. Now I want to show this first. Go to the, stick to this document search, and then at the field search. Now, instead of searching by topic, I'm going to go into your institution, looking at affiliation. So let's say if you want to search your own institution, or if you're looking at other institution, you can do so. Affiliation. Okay, Universiti Kebangsaan. So you unique search. So these are the sets of results or papers that has been published by University UKM and been indexed in Web of Science. Yeah, you have access. You have access to the full collections of information. This is the number that you will be seeing. So from here, of course, what is the same concept, looking at it from the refined filters, looking at it from the researchers. If you want to zoom in to look at this researcher's profile, you can do so. And also, if you want to look at the publication titles. So if you see these publications in UKM, where has been highly published, so you can see all the publication titles, from Science Malaysia now to Procedia, Social Behaviors, to others as well. Okay, and also if you want to use the citation network, so if you can show that, sorry, not citation network, we want to see the citation report. So let me confine to yes. Okay, I just take last few years, then I refine it and look at the citation reports. So if you want to analyze in the last 2-3 years, this is last 2 years or so, and to see how is the publication like, if you want to analyze from at the institution level, you can still do so from the publication. If you can see what are the publications, and then you can see which articles has been citing your institution's publication in the last 2 years, and how many times it has been cited, and so on. So this can be analyzed again and again, right? Okay, and most importantly, I want to take you through to look at your profile, the author's profile. Okay, so before I going into the author's profile, going into showing the author's profile details. Okay, I just want to understand how to see the articles in our list. Okay, Leana, do you want to elaborate a bit on that? Okay, if I read the question correctly, are you saying that how can I read, how can I see the articles in our list? So these are all your articles. These are all these are your articles. And to see the full text, like I say, you may not have everything in full text. So if you see something like that, full text at publisher, pre-published article from repository, or full text from publisher, view from ProQuest, just click on it, then you are able to access to the full text. Is that what your question is? Oh, okay. Okay, I will come back to that, Leana, or just give me 1 minute. Okay, so since if you already asked the question, so if you have put your articles into your mark list, then it's all here on your left menu. You see a mark list. Just click on mark list. So this is your my mark list. So if you have created a list, it's all will be displaying here. So remember earlier we have created cellulose nanofiber, and we have added 3 documents. So if I want to add more, just go in, do a search again, and then we can add more. When you do another search, and then you look for mark list and add this in the collection. Okay, did I answer your question, Leana? Okay, all right. Thank you, Julene. Okay, now coming back to the result set. So many information here. So this is a result set. What I want to do is I want to explore. So let's assume that I'm a researcher. I'm looking for some some authors to work with, to work on a paper, to find collaboration, to find authors to collaborate further. So at this stage, you can always look at and say, okay, seems to, Sofian has, if you want to see Prof. Sofian, who has actually have contributed to lots of content, so you want to explore it. So you can do either from the search from the keywords, so Okay, so this person has been contributed to this content, is relevant to your research area, and so on. For the example purpose, I'm just showing you, you can access to the profile of the researcher from here, and click on the view profile. So in the view profile, you're basically able to see, if this prof has actually have received awards, highly cited researcher award, 2020, 2021, and so on, and also the recently published names, the published organization, and so on. So how do you get this organized? How this information get organized? So if you have, as a researcher, if you have claimed the profile, if you see a green tick, some of this information such as the award and others will be automatically reflecting here. Okay. And if you want to maintain your profile, you can also look at adding your documents. If you have published papers, you want to curate those information here, you can do so. So here you have 1,000 over documents, including publication that has not been indexed in the collection. So you have this Prof. Kamruzaman has actually have quite a number of publications. So if you want to see the matrix on your right here, see, these are all the matrix, total documents, total of Web of Science core collection publication. If there's a preprint, it has not been peer reviewed yet, it will also appear here. Okay, and H index to the number of times it's been cited. Okay, wait a minute. I come back to you. Okay, so and the citing articles and so on. So if it's as a researcher, if you want to work with this author, all that you want to see is you may not just depend on one single index. You want to see the performance or the productivity of this researcher, or if let's say if I want to see this researcher is active right now, and so on. So the author impact beam plot is one of the one of the metrics or one of the indication for you. So if you look at this for this Prof. Kamruzaman, you can see there's a lot of papers in the last few years or so. And if you want to see the entire career, just change this to the entire full career. And if you're an author who wants to work, author from other country who wants to work with Prof, then they probably look at, currently he's been very active, he's been doing lots of papers, and you can see the performance of the papers as well. So this will be an indicator rather than looking at just one index. That may not indicate, it may not indicate the current state, or what is the publication for the current current period. What is the publication like? What's the performance like, and so on. Okay. Now let's move on. Okay, so to get this, how do I get this updated? Very important. Yeah. So now I'm going to take you to the left menu. So before I go there, you can use some new features that have been added for those who already updated, curated its complete profile. You can use the share function. You can create alert to follow up on the new publication, author publication alert. Or if you receive any citation, you can also get an alert and so on. So to curate this information, some of this information like the highly cited researcher information is automatically added when you claim the award, right? Sorry, you claim the profile. But the information such as the documents or peer review information, it needs to be added manually. So how to do so? Just go to your left frame. Okay, we have seen the mark list. Now now you come to your profile. Okay, so add the profile. You can change this researcher profile. Okay, this is my profile. You can edit add photos, add more information, and so on. Okay, here is if I have published papers, I will get all my matrix information here. Yeah, you can see your own information here. This is the profile. So to edit the profile, just click on the edit profile. Yeah, just follow the steps, very easy. So publication preferences. So if you have one publication is being added in this platform, you can always toggle this, make sure if new publication is added, it's automatically added to your profile accordingly. Okay, so just say, yes, I want this way. And the peer review preferences. So if you have done peer reviews, if you want to do peer reviews in future, just indicate your peer review preferences. And for those who already have an ORCID ID, you already have your ORCID profile, so you just connect to your ORCID ID and sync the information. So if you have already have the publication in ORCID, so it will be synced accordingly in this profile. Yeah, so just remember that. There's a lot of information, I know, but just take note of that. Okay, for those who want to add the publication manually, okay, it's the profile here. And if you want to add the publication manually, just click add your email addresses. If you're published in a different email address, just add your email addresses here so that it automatically detect it. Or you can add the publication that you have done in the past based on the DOI number, or if you have other numbers. Okay, and you can also upload the publication. And most importantly, if you sync it, it just sync all that information to your profile. Okay. And peer review information. So if you have done peer review, yeah, then you can just add the reviews information here. So you can say which journal that you have you have reviewed, and all that information can be added here. And also the editorial board members, yeah, you can add it here as well. Okay, so this is basically to curate. Sorry. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, we can still see your screen.
Okay, hold on, is something is happening at my end. Hold on here. Okay. So again, you can add the board memberships as well. Yeah. So these are all manual. So this basically, this page here, you are able to curate your information, your author's information, so that when it appears in the profile that we saw earlier, it will reflect it on the profile. So if you have claimed and curated, so that's how it will be reflected. Okay. So I have covered all that important point. Before I go to the last part of it, I have something that to share with you. So for those who are new, I know this is a lot of information here, but you can go to your question mark icon at the bottom, click on it, and there is a training option. So click on enroll now to learn about all these the basics of Web of Science and so on. Yeah, so there's some, you can enroll yourself, and also the training portal. So you can go into a training portal, and there's also live trainings. There's a lot of experts from our team in providing live training. So just sign up for that, so that you have more understanding of this platform. So you can apply it to support your research. Either from the the beginning of your research, or in the midst of your research, and so on. Okay, Julene, any other things that you would like to add?
Nope, I don't think so. You covered most of the features already.
Yeah. Any questions so far? I just hold on. I'll hand it over to Encik Azlan to see if there's any question that we can address.
Thank you, Ms. Kurinji, for the informative and insightful presentation. It's time for Q&A. Many questions already has been answered with Ms. Kurinji. Maybe there's another question. Adakah peserta hari ini akan menerima sebanyak 4 sijil kursus secara keseluruhan? Okey, nanti setiap sesi akan diberikan sesi maklum balas. Jadi peserta akan menerima 4 sijil kursus lah berdasarkan kepada pilihan tu. Kalau hadir semua kursus ataupun sesi akan terima 4 sijil kursus lah. Okay, can we use personal email for sign up, Ms. Kurinji? Can we use personal email for sign up?
Julie, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, I think personal email is fine, but because the Web of Science login is tied to your researcher profile, the preference is to use the most frequently uh, used email that you usually publish with. So if you use UKM email to publish your research paper, my recommendation is to use UKM email. And then you can add your personal emails as a add-on email address in your profile later on. The reason is because the system will actually use your email address to match your publication and suggest your index publications to you. So that's why it's recommended to use your the email you use to publish with. Okay. Yeah. I think that since I'm answering, I'll just answer the other question from Najib as well. Does Web of Science accept or establish articles in Malay? So the Web of Science content is curated based on the quality criteria that we have set out. So even if the journal is published in a different language, as long as the content has a English abstract, we will actually do that evaluation as well. So there are certain foreign language content within the Web of Science, but the abstract is always in English. So when you link out to the full text, if there's a Malay version, that you would see the Malay language content. I hope that answers that question.
Just to add on to Farah's question, so even you have used your personal email, you always want to add it. You can add your additional, hold on. Let me just show you. Here, so you can add more emails if you're publishing you have published publishing in a new other using a different emails. Just add your email address here. So whenever the system recognize your email, then the publication will be added accordingly. Okay.
Does that answer your question? Okay. So we still open the question for this session. If no, maybe we can wrap up for this session. I want to thank our speakers, Ms. Kurinji, and all of you for joining us. And we hope all of you found this session valuable and that you can apply the knowledge you gain to your work and your daily life. On behalf of the UKM Library, thank you, Ms. Kurinji, once again for being with us today. Okay.
Thank you, Jazlan. Thank you, Puan
Yeah, thank
Mariatul,
you.
for organizing this session, and look forward to
Okay.
see you all more. Thank you.
Okay, look forward. Okay, thank you. Okey, para hadirin sekalian, sesi seterusnya akan diadakan sebentar lagi dengan tajuk Journal Citation Reports. Ya. Okay, sebelum itu di chat box kita ada sediakan link kepada sijil penyertaan bagi sesi Web Science. Web Science. Boleh isi link tersebut. Para hadirin yang dihormati sekalian, kita akan mulakan sesi seterusnya, okay, untuk tajuk Journal Citation Report, ya, oleh Ms. Julin Ching, Regional Solution Consultant Clarivate. Selamat datang and welcome, Ms. Julin. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Hello, good morning. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. Okay, now without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Julin to give her presentation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so give me a second. Let me just share my screen. So can you confirm that you can see my presentation slide?
Okay, can see. Clear.
Okay, thank you. So very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining our session today. So you've heard from my colleague, Miss Kurinji, in the morning talking about ProQuest and the Web of Science. And for this session, this afternoon, I will be concentrating on the journal citation reports. I think many of you are perhaps new researchers as well. So I will cover some of the basics of how you can utilize the journal citation reports to make better decisions on the journal to publish in. And if you have any questions through the session, please put the questions into the chat box and I can address those questions as we go. All right, so to concentrate to conserve the internet bandwidth, I'm going to turn off my video like what Miss Kurinji did so that I can present smoothly. All right. Okay, so let's get started. Before we dive into the journal citation reports, I thought I would share some publishing statistics with all of you. And maybe some of you already know the research ecosystem. Some of you might not, but it'll be good to have an idea of what's out there in terms of publishing avenues. So as a researcher today, no matter which discipline you're in, we're talking about scholarly journals. Okay, we're not talking about magazines or books per se, but if you are writing a research article or a review paper, ultimately where you want to publish would be either things like a conference proceeding or a journal. Now for the journals, we're talking about over 30,000 journals worldwide at the moment. So that's a very huge number. Even if you limit it to a specific discipline or research area like what you're doing, you're talking about maybe at least a few hundred to a thousand journals per subject area. So with this huge number of journals, it becomes very difficult or challenging for researchers to think about which journals would probably suit their manuscript because you have so many choices. Where should you be publishing? From a library's perspective, it also becomes challenging for them to decide, hey, which of these journals are more important to have in my library to make sure that my researchers have access to that. And now with open science, open access strategies, researchers also have to make decisions on should I be publishing in open access journals or not non-open access journals? Because if you publish in open access journals that are high impact, most likely you have to pay some kind of article processing charges. All right, so that's another question you would have to ask yourself when you want to publish your research. I mentioned about open research and open access journals, and in The Economist in 2020, they did a research on the rise of predatory publications. So these are just some of the numbers presented in that study. They realized that over time, there has been an exponential increase in predatory publishing. And this is across the board from, say, the health sciences, maths, economics, biology, so basically almost all areas of research or specialization. And for early career researchers, some of you might not be even aware what these predatory journals are, because there is no set definition of what a predatory journal is. Okay, some people say predatory journals are those that collect high article processing charges from us. Some people say predatory journals are those that do not peer review the articles. Some have other definitions. But at Clarivate, where we talk about predatory publishing, we are essentially talking about journals that are not ethical. Basically, they might not have done the proper peer review of the articles before publishing. They might camouflage themselves as real journals, so very similar names to very established journals, and try to con the unknowing early career researchers to publish in these journals. All right, so we don't at Clarivate, we don't really have a blacklist. So we don't carry like a blacklist to say, hey, these are the journals that you should not be publishing in. But we evaluate the journals first before they get indexed into the Web of Science. So for the Web of Science core collection, I think earlier on, Kurinji has mentioned about what these are. We have the journal indexes, which are the Science Citation Index, Social Science Citation Index, Arts and Humanities, and Emerging Sources Citation Index. Now, the journals that we cover in the Web of Science core collection have all been curated using our 24 quality criteria. So if they meet our quality criteria, you can be rest assured that they would meet the trustworthiness criteria. All right. So we try to avoid indexing any predatory journals so that we maintain the Web of Science core collection as your most trustworthy source when you are identifying content to read and journals to publish in. So just to share with you some of these criteria that we have, just giving you a quick look at our 24 quality criteria for selection, as well as the 4 impact criteria. Now, why did I show you this slide? The reason is because if you want to make sure that a journal is probably safe to publish in, you need to probably use this as a checklist to make sure that all these are there on the journal. So things like whether there's a presence of peer review policy, whether there is presence of ethics statements, how is the website functioning, are they publishing timely journal content, or are there certain points in time where content is missing, all right? Then you want to look at editorial affiliations, whether the editorial board members are real editorial board members. So you have to do some investigation on yourself and find out whether there's any evidence of peer review. All right. So many of these points seem easy to track or check on your own, but sometimes some of these predatory journals can be quite smart. So it's very important that you rely on experts to probably do some proper evaluation of the journal so that when you are selecting these journals, it is trusted. Okay. So first, I wanted to, before I go into the journal citation reports and what it is, I just wanted to explain about where to find the most up-to-date list of journals that are indexed in the Web of Science. Now, the Web of Science database, which Kurinji had presented earlier on, is updated daily, all right? And we have journals being evaluated all the time. And if the journal meets our criteria, they could be indexed in this month, next month, the month after. All right. So almost every single month, we have new journals being indexed into the Web of Science. So if you want the most up-to-date list of journals, the master journal list is where you should be looking at. All right. So let me just put this link, this URL into the chat. Or maybe Kurinji, you can help me to put the URL into the chat for me. But it's mjl.clarivate.com. And this is where you will be able to see the most updated list of journals. Now, some of your faculty members might have seen our blog, which is here on the screen now, where we actually removed journals earlier this year. Okay, so earlier this year, we delisted over 50 journals because they failed to meet our quality criteria. Okay, this created a bit of a hoo-ha from a lot of researchers asking, oh, did you blacklist MDPI? Did you blacklist this other publisher and so on? So the answer is no. Okay, what we do within Web of Science is that we evaluate the journals on a journal by journal basis. If the journal doesn't meet our criteria, they will not be indexed in the Web of Science anymore. And it's not about the publisher as a whole, because many publishers do have journals that sit under their publishing umbrella that belong to actually societies or universities and so on. So they don't really have a direct influence per se on the editorial work done at that journal. So just take note, we evaluate this on a journal by journal basis so that when you are selecting journals to publish in, these are the trusted sources. All right. So the master journal list is where you get the latest list. And if you want to see what changes have taken place in that particular month in Web of Science in terms of the journals, there is a download section where you can download the latest list of journals in SCIE, SSCI, AHCI, or ESCI, or even in the JCR, Journal Citation Reports. Now, what's the difference between this list and the one in Journal Citation Reports? The Journal Citation Reports is the home of the Journal Impact Factor. Okay, so to calculate the Journal Impact Factor, we always have to take a snapshot in time of the journals in that particular time period. So that's why the Journal Citation Reports is always a snapshot of journals indexed from 2022 and before. So that means in that JCR year and prior. Okay, so any journal, so let's say now we are in 2023 already. So any journals that were published, were indexed in Web of Science, say in January this year, February this year, March, April, May, June, July, and so on, may not be in this JCR yet. Okay, because what we've taken is the snapshot in December 2022, right? So that's why there is a difference between the master journal list titles and the JCR titles. Okay, if coming back to master journal list, if you want what has changed in that particular month, we do have the monthly change document that you can download, which is in this red box, and it is an Excel spreadsheet where you will be able to see what were the new titles that were added this month in ESCI, which were removed, and what were the reasons. So the reasons for these delistings are all presented here in the legend. So there's editorial delisting, which means that the journal was reevaluated, no longer meets our quality criteria, and therefore removed from Web of Science. Then we have the production delisting, which means that the journal was removed because we haven't been receiving any more content from the publisher. So that's why we remove. Then we have title changes. So these are changes to the titles, but we will indicate what is the new title it is under, and it is still indexed in the Web of Science. Ceased titles, these have been informed to us by the publishers that the journals have ceased publication, and therefore we will remove from the Web of Science. Okay, so now it becomes very transparent for researchers to look at what is the current list indexed in the Web of Science. We also have continuous re-evaluations done on certain journals. So if the researchers have highlighted to us that they have concerns about the quality of this journal, or there's something wrong with this journal's ethical issues, then our editorial team would flag those journals for re-evaluation. And when that happens, there is always an on-hold flag on the journal in the master journal list, and you'll be able to understand that these journals are currently on hold. They will no longer be, so the new content will not be included for now until the re-evaluation has been completed. Upon completion of the re-evaluation, if the journal continues to meet our quality criteria, they will be indexed continuously. Okay, if not, they will remove. So that's the reason why I wanted to explain to you the master journal list before we dive into the journal citation reports. So when do you use the master journal list and when do you use the journal citation reports? If you only want to uncover journals that are indexed in Web of Science, no matter what is their journal impact factor or the quartile, then master journal list can be quickly referred to. However, if there is a requirement for you to publish in journals that have a journal impact factor or that have a certain journal impact factor quartile, then the journal citation reports will be what you will be referring to. Okay. So Zhao Yue, you have a question. So what if the journal I want to publish in is not a journal in my major, but is on the list? Is it okay? I believe that's fine. So most of the time when you are publishing a research article, if let's say you're doing cross-discipline research or interdiscipline research, sometimes you might be publishing in a journal that is not in your actual discipline, if you understand where I'm coming from, right? So because of your interdisciplinary application of your research article, you might be publishing in some other journal that might not be in your specialization per se. So that's fine. The criteria are usually based on whether the journal has a journal impact factor, whether it is of a quartile, and so on. All right. So let's go into the journal citation reports, what it is. So ultimately, it is a platform for you to go in to understand more about the journal before you submit your manuscript there. Why do you need to understand the journal more? Okay, I think all of you, most of you, would have been rejected by journals before. It could be a desk rejection where perhaps you did not meet the aims and scopes. Your article did not meet the aims and scopes of the journal. And this is probably a waste of time. Okay, so probably you did not take a closer look at the journal before you submitted your manuscript there. That's why the chances of rejections were higher. But if you are able to understand what is attractive to that journal, whether your article fits the aims and scopes, whether they accept manuscripts like reviews more or articles more, okay, all these different perspectives have to come into play when you are selecting journals. It's no longer just about, oh, high impact factor or Q1 journal, all right? It's about the fit. So the journal citation reports gives you multiple types of metrics to help you evaluate the journal. Within the journal citation reports, we also have another level of quality control where we remove journals that have excessive self-citations. Now, the self-citation rates that we are looking at currently is no more than 20 to 25%. Okay, and we're talking about journal self-citations. We're not talking about article self-citations. So these are journals. So within the journal itself, another article from that journal cited another article from that same journal. So if there was too much of that self-citations, then there could be a suppression of that journal. We also look at citation stacking. So if let's say it's a journal that is under an umbrella publisher, the publisher might have multiple journals in that same discipline. Then if the journals in that same publisher cite each other frequently, that's what we call citation stacking. Okay, so it's like you scratch my back, I scratch your back, helping each other kind. So that's also not acceptable within journal citation reports, and those journals will also be suppressed. So what we want to try and avoid is the issues of things like, oh, if you want to publish in my journal, I can publish an article, but you need to cite my article. Okay, we want to avoid that kind of situation. Citations have to be done in an ethical way, meaning it has to be relevant to your research article and relevant to that point that you want to make in that research article, rather than a request from the journal itself. All right. So what the database would provide you is curated collection to choose from, a reliable source of data for journal metrics, so that you can make further evaluations. Now, if you're keen to understand more about things like metrics and indicators, we do have a report that was published by ISI, in 2019 and also most recently last year, about profiling rather than using one metric itself. So that's why I mentioned you need to look at other factors beyond just the journal impact factor and quartiles. So that's why 2 years ago, with the journal citation reports, we introduced a new indicator called the JCI, the journal citation indicator. So now you would have two metrics that you can evaluate a journal on. One is the journal impact factor, and the second one is the journal citation indicator. So what's the difference between these two? The journal impact factor cannot be used to compare journals across disciplines. So meaning if let's say I have a journal in business with, let's say, a journal impact factor of 30, I cannot say that this journal in business is definitely better than the journal in medicine just by looking at the journal impact factor. Okay, because journals in medicine category might have even higher journal impact factors compared to those that are in business. So because this has not been normalized based on subject area, the journal impact factor cannot be used to compare across this discipline. And at the same time, the journal impact factor is a journal metric. So meaning it's a metric derived from the journal content as a whole. All right, so we are only looking at, say, the 2022 citation counts, which is 1 year only, and only the past 2 years publications. So it is it has its limitations in terms of measurement. All right, but if you do want to measure the performance within one subject category, the journal impact factor is fine to compare. Okay, but just take note, it only takes in mind the 2022 citations. All right. The journal citation indicator, on the other hand, is an article level metric derived from the performance of each and every article of each journal. So what we've done is we have normalized or normalize the citation performance of each article into its specialization. So we use a metric called CNCI, Category Normalized Citation Impact, to calculate the JCI. So each document will have its CNCI, and then we will divide it out across the 3 years, and that will be the JCI. So what is this CNCI that I'm talking about? So if an article has a CNCI of 1.5, okay, it is performing above global average. If it's performing below 1, it is performing below global average. So the baseline is always 1.0. So anything above 1 is good, everything below 1, not so great. Same thing for JCI, because it's an average of all CNCIs. As long as the journal has a JCI of above 1, its citation performance is better than average of the others in the same field. So you can use JCI because it is already normalized by subject area. You can easily compare a journal in business with a journal in medicine based on JCI itself. All right. To give you some numbers before we go into the platform, on the journal citation reports today, we have 21,522 journals listed. So every one of these journals will have its own profile page on journal citation reports with all the relevant metrics. These cover journals across science, social science, arts and humanities as well. This year, for those of you who have used JCR before, this year is a very big year for the journal citation reports, because this year we have given the journal impact factor to 9,000 plus journals for the first time. And these are journals in ESCI and AHCI. So the arts and humanities journals, as well as the emerging sources journals, will now also have a journal impact factor. Why did we do this? It is so that everyone understands that the journal impact factor is an indicator of trustworthiness. So if a journal has a journal impact factor, it is a trusted journal. Okay. This is a summary of what other changes are in place in the platform today. So besides giving the journal impact factor to ESCI and AHCI journals, we have also simplified the journal's impact factor to 1 decimal place. It used to be 3 decimal places, but we have simplified it to 1 so that we give you an opportunity to discover other metrics beyond the journal impact factor. because with the simplification to 1 decimal place now, there will be ties in the rankings of some of these journals. So when there are ties in rankings, it will force you to consider other indicators to differentiate the performance of that journal. So that's why you would start to use things like the JCI and other metrics in the platform. Okay, so that's a summary of what is the journal citation reports and what has changed this year. Now I will go into the platform to show you around. Okay, so to access the journal citation reports, you would want to access this via your library remote access again. So just go through the eSumba and log in with your metric details and so on, and search for journal citation reports. If you were already on the Web of Science, you can also link through to journal citation reports from the products list on the top right-hand side of the screen. Okay, and you can go to journal citation reports. If you want to access what I mentioned just now, which is the master journal list, you can also access it via this list here. Okay. So first, let me just go into the master journal list to maybe show you. Okay, so master journal list is where you can refer to for the most latest list of journals indexed in the Web of Science. So what you can do is, let's say you saw a journal and they say that they are indexed in Web of Science, you want to reconfirm, you can just do a quick search for the journal title right here and do a search. If there was an exact match found, then yes, the journal is indexed. But the next thing you want to check is whether it is in the Web of Science core collection. So if it is, it will indicate which index it belongs into. And this one is under the Science Citation Index Expanded. Right? So just to verify whether a journal is indexed in the Web of Science core collection, just do a quick search and that's it. Right? If you want to download a list of the journals, then there's a download section, but this might require you to register for your own login. So just register for one, it's free. Then you can click on login. And once you have logged in, you will then be able to retrieve the list here. And then there's a monthly change archive, which will show you the changes for the journals each month. Okay. So that's the master journal list. Now, let's look at the journal citation reports. So this is how the journal citation reports platform's homepage looks like. It's a very simple one. If you want to verify or search for a journal title, just type in the journal name. Okay, if the journal is there, there will be a link to the journal profile page right here. And this would be all you need to know about that journal. So you will have details like the publisher name. You will also have the address, publication frequency. If you scroll down, you would see the journal impact factor. There will be calculations available. So we are transparent on how we derive this value. So you would see the denominator and the numerator to calculate the journal impact factor. Okay. On the right-hand side, these are citable items. So these are the articles that have received citations from this journal. Very useful for you as a researcher, because I hope that you do read the journal that you want to publish in. Why is it important to read that journal? Because it will help you to understand what is attractive to that journal. So what type of content is it looking for? What type of research does it want to publish? And you will understand and be able to write your article based on what suits that journal, for example. If you want to see the abstract of the article, there will be always a link to view in the Web of Science, and it takes you to the abstract. Right. Then if you scroll down, we have the journal citation indicator. there's a for every metric in the journal citation report, there's a quick explanation and also a link to learn more about that particular indicator. But as I mentioned earlier on, JCI, Journal Citation Indicator, is a new indicator, and 1.0 is always average. So this journal is performing slightly above average in terms of its performance. So meaning that all the articles are doing fairly well. Okay. Then we have the citation distribution. So if the journal publishes both reviews as well as original article, research article, which of the content type gets more citations, right? Then we have the open access information. So how much of the journal is open access? So some of these journals are hybrid journals, meaning they might require a subscription, but some of the content is free to read. Then we have the ranking. So this is where you get your quartiles. This is something that I want to emphasize. Let's say you have a KPI within UKM to publish only in journals that are in Q1. Okay, that quartile that UKM is always referring to is probably the journal impact factor quartile. Okay, so why am I emphasizing this? The reason is because we do have two rankings. One is for journal impact factor and one is for JCI. So sometimes the quartiles can be different. So just take note, always refer to the journal impact factor quartile when we're talking about the KPIs within your universities for now. All right. So this journal is Q2 in chemistry, Q1 in electrochemistry. And so whether it is a Q1 or Q2, it depends on the institution. So some institutions will say, oh, as long as the journal appears as a Q1 in any category, I will recognize that journal as a Q1 journal, then that's fine. All right. But some institutions are a bit more strict, then they will go according to the specialization. Okay, and then you scroll down, you see the JCI quartile here, okay, and also citation network. Now, an interesting metric that you might want to consider to look at is the cited half-life. So if you want, say, to know how old are the publications, are the articles in that journal that are still being cited, then this would be what you would be looking at. So this journal has items with a median age of 4.7 years that are still receiving citations this year. So it means that even papers that were published 4 years ago, they are still being cited today. How would you use this indicator? So if you want to perhaps have more longevity in your citations, so if you want to continuously receive citations for a longer time, then maybe the cited half-life will help you to decide on that. Then you scroll down, we have this my favorite rainbow donut. This is the journal citation relationship wheel. I mentioned about being rejected by journals. So if the journals reject you, some journals are nice. They say, oh, you can perhaps submit your manuscript to these other journals. Some are not so nice. So they might leave it to you to select alternative journals to send your manuscript to. So this journal citation relationships wheel allows you to find alternative publication avenues. So let's say you were rejected by this International Journal of Hydrogen Energy. Where else can you publish? So you could publish in fuel, you could publish in energies, because these all have citation relationships with the original one that you were looking at. Right? So this is a useful one to look at. Then, and you scroll down, this also can be quite useful. So the journal impact factor is calculated only based on articles plus reviews as their citable items. So for this particular journal, for example, there are 3,168 citable items altogether. 3,000 of them are original research articles. Only 168 of them are reviews. So why is this important? So it means that if you are publishing a review article, do you think this is a good home for your review? Maybe not, because you would have a lot of competition. the acceptance rate might be very, very low for reviews because they only publish 168 out of 3,000 plus. So that's 99% articles, only 1% reviews. So this could help you to identify the suitability of the journal based on your manuscript type, whether it's a research article or a review paper. Okay. Then contributions by country can be also useful, where you would be able to identify the region that this journal focuses on. So if you see more UK, US centric contributions, then you would say, maybe my research not so suitable. Okay, but if you see a good even distribution of different countries, then yes, perhaps that would be a good home. Okay, but of course you have to go into the aims and scopes of the journal to understand more about the background of the journal before you ultimately submit your manuscript as well. Okay. Now that I won't explain every single metric, but the final one that I want to explain is the immediacy index. So the immediacy index is the count of citations in the current year to the journal's content in that same year. So what we measure is like the 1 year impact factor. So we take the citations from that year, divide by items of that year. So it basically helps to see what is the average citation per article within that journal. This would help you to identify potential of being cited in the first year of publication. So if this number is high, okay, basically any number that is above 1 is considered good. So any number above 1 for immediacy index would mean that on average, maybe 1 citation per article. But of course, the higher the better. Okay, so this will allow you to know, oh, if I manage to publish my article in this journal, maybe I will get my citations in my first year of publication. All right, so that's the journal profile page. A very long list of things that you can look at on the journal level. And I hope you would be able to refer to this as you decide on which journal to publish in. Okay. So let's go back. So this is the journal profile page. Every journal will have one profile page. So the next question you might have is, how do I derive a list of journals in my specialization? So to do this, we have a browse by category option. Okay, so there's a categories browse option, or here as well, there's a categories. So you can click on categories, and we have divided into multiple groups here. If you are in chemistry, you can select chemistry here, and on the right hand side, we have chemical engineering, say for example. So if you are looking at chemical engineering journals, just click on chemical engineering. And you have two options here. So one list would have 143 journals in SCIE, 18 that are in ESCI. Both would have journal impact factor, but usually those that are in SCIE will have better performance, so higher journal impact factor. So if you want only those that are in SCIE, just click on 143, and you would see the list of 143 journals in chemical engineering. So with this list, you can download, so you can export this into CSV or Excel and refer to this, or you can just include some additional indicators to compare the performance of each of this journal. Okay. By default, there is a default view, but if you want to include the indicators that I mentioned just now, there is a customize option where you can include the additional indicators like the immediacy index, percentage of articles in citable items, and cited half-life. So you can add these and view them all together on the table. So with this list, I wanted to just show you how you can use and compare journal impact factor and JCI in the same subject category. You can actually do a sort for those fields that have a drop-down arrow. So currently it's being sorted by total citations. If you want to sort this by journal impact factor, just click on this. And you would have the ones that are the highest journal impact factor at the top. Now you can see all these are all Q1 journals, Q1, 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 Q1. Then you have the list of JCIs here, 4.54, 1.99, 1.42, all right? So I want to just take your attention to perhaps this two. Let me see. Yeah, we can take a look at this two, the second one and the third one. So progress in energy and combustion science and applied catalysis, B, environmental. You can notice that this journal, Progress in Energy and Combustion Science, has a higher journal impact factor than Applied Catalysis, B, Environmental. They are both Q1, but you can see even though it has a lower journal impact factor, Applied Catalysis has a higher JCI compared to Progress in Energy and Combustion Science. So what does this mean? It means that its articles itself are having better citation performance compared to the Progress in Energy and Combustion Science. So if I were to choose, maybe I would choose the one that has a higher JCI. All right. But of course, I will also consider if I'm writing a research original, if I'm writing a review paper, then if I submit to this journal, maybe no chance. Okay, because 99% of its citable items are original research articles. So it hardly publishes any reviews. Whereas for this one, these are all reviews, 100% reviews. That means they don't publish any original research articles at all. Okay. So that's how you would probably use this table to make some kind of comparison between the journals. If you have a few favorite journals that you want to tag, you can select them and then add to your favorites list. But in order to do this, just make sure that you register for your own ID. So of course, registration can be done using the same Web of Science ID that you have created before, so that we can link across all the solutions. Okay. So that's the engineering, these are the list of journals to choose from. Then the next question that you might have is, oh, I need to find only those that are in the top 10% in terms of journal impact factor. So then you can do the filter on the left-hand side. So there's a filter option here where you can filter based on JIF percentile. So if I only want the top 10%, I'll start with 90 to 100 and apply. Then these 14 journals are the top 10% in chemical engineering. Okay. All right. So just take note, if you are browsing all journals, so let me just remove, I can remove all these different filters, and then you can see all the list of journals. You have 21,000 plus journals in here. Okay, this might include the ones that were previously listed. Okay, but these are the journals. Then if you want to export this 21,000, cannot. Okay, there's an export limit of only the top 600 lines. If you want, it would be best to filter down to subject categories before you export. Usually it's enough for 600 to export each category. All right. Okay, then we have so that's the browsing. Then if you want to browse by publishers, so which publishers do we have covered? We have a publishers list. So if you want to see Springer, we have 2000 plus. We do have the other publishers all right here as well. Okay. Then we have countries. So if you want to see which specific countries' publications, we do have them. You can even search for Malaysia. I think we do have some journals from UKM that are indexed here as well. So there's Malaysia country, 81 journals. And these are the publications. Now, some of this would have a quartile, some will have NA. The reason is because this one is under ASCI. Okay, so ESCI currently does not have a ranking. The rankings for ESCI and AHCI will only be provided to these journals next year. All right. Okay, so that's the journal citation reports. Final two things before I stop for Q&A. On the homepage of the journal citation reports, we do have like a feature called Match by Manuscript. So if you have written your paper already, but you want to just find a more suitable home for it, then you can use this feature to match your manuscript. So you can click on Match My Manuscript. It takes you to the master journal list where the feature lies. And once you log in, you can put in the title of your article and then the abstract. And then you can just click on Find Journals. And you will be able to see a suggested list of about 20 journals that you can choose from. Right? So you can see whether it is indexed in Web of Science core collection or not, whether it's open access, and then you can click to view the profile page. It will have some additional information about that journal, link to the journal's website to make sure that you're only visiting trusted websites. Then there will be details on the journal impact factors as well. All right. But for the quartiles, you would still have to refer to JCR, right? Okay, so that's the Match My Manuscript feature here. For those of you who maybe joined late or needed some additional support, there's always a resource center on the bottom right-hand side where we have our product updates and also a help section. Under the help section, you would see training resources available. So you can link through to the training site. There's also a help guide. So let me go to the help guide to show you. This would be the guide where you can refer to everything about the indicators as well, but most importantly, journals that have been suppressed. So we do have a title suppression list here. So these journals have been removed. There are journals that have been warned as well. So you can click through and see editorial expressions of concern, if any. All right. And that's it. Okay. So if you have any further questions following today's session, feel free to drop me an email. Okay. I'm going to put my email into the chat. And if you have any questions, just raise them in the email to me, or you can raise them now in our Q&A. All right. So, Cik Aslan, I think we can start our Q&A, if any. I don't see any particular questions in the chat, but in case I missed any that went directly to you, please let me know.
Thank you, Ms. Julin, for the informative and insightful presentation. Now it's time for Q&A. Is there any question from the participant or in the chat box? Or you can open your mic to ask a question.
Yeah, I think
regarding
I saw. Let me see. Zhao Yue has a question. So I found a journal that has been included in the list, but it does not have sections. Sections meaning what? But it is available on the official website. Can you clarify what do you mean by sections? Are you talking about the profile page? So let's say let's say you manage to find the journal on master journal list. So let's say you manage to go into master journal list. Oh, sorry. Let me just go to master journal list again. So let's say you went to master journal list and you found a journal that is on master journal list, but you could not find it in the journal citation reports. The one reason is because it might have been a very newly indexed journal. So new index journal will only have their journal in JCR probably in the following year, next year, because this year we don't have the data to calculate any of their journal impact factors yet. Okay, so I think that was your question, Zhao Yue, but if not, then please do clarify. Okay. Oh, so you were talking about ranking. Okay, so ranking, quartile rankings. If you have that journal title, you put that into the chat, I'll have a quick check. But most of the time it's because of this reason. That means it was just newly indexed. So we don't have enough data to calculate the journal impact factor yet. So that's why it will probably come in next year. Okay. Or if the journal is currently in ESCI, it is perhaps reflected also in the JCR, but it does not have a quartile or rank. The reason is because this year we don't give the quartile and rank to ESCI and AHCI. Only next year, ESCI journals or AHCI journals will get the quartiles and ranks. All right, so multiple reasons. Okay. All right, any other questions? Feel free to unmute yourself.
Okay. If there is no question, as we come to the end of the morning session, okay, I want to thank our speakers, Ms. Julin, and
Thank
all of you
you.
for joining us. Okay.
Thank you, Cik Maslan. Thank you to the
Thank
library
you, Ms.
and
Julin.
Puan Marito as well. Thank you.
Actually, there is one
Oh,
question. The partition standard is the partition at the time I published or the subsequent partition?
What do you mean by partition? Is it the quartiles you're talking about again? So the quartiles would usually be recognized based on the year of publication. So let's say if you published in the year 2022, the article is in 2022, then it's based on the quartile for the publication year. Okay.
Okay. Okay. To answer your question. Okay. We hope all participants found this session valuable and informative. And on behalf of the UKM Library, thank you once again for being with us today. Before we end the session, actually we have a group photo with our speakers. Please open your camera and we will take a photo. Mr. Hamdani, are you ready to take a photo? Let's join us to take a photo, group photo. Mr. Hamdani. Please open your camera and we'll take a group photo with our speakers. Hamdani dah ready? Maybe Panolia can take photo. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next page. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next page. 1, 2, 3. Next page. 1, 2, 3. And the last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much to all the participants. Untuk para hadirin sekalian, sesi seterusnya akan bersambung jam 2:30 petang, iaitu ceramah bertajuk memperkasa penulisan akademik menggunakan AI yang akan disampaikan oleh Prof. Madya Dr. Rabia Abdul Kadir dari Institut Visual Informatik UKM. Semua dijemput hadir untuk menghadiri sesi petang ini. Okay, kita akan bertemu lagi untuk sesi pada petang ini. Terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Julie and
Thank
Ms.
you.
Kita. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera. Yang dihormati Remaja Dr. Rabia Abdul Kadir selaku penceramah kita pada petang ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang para hadirin yang saya hormati sekalian. Saya Azlam Muhammad Hamzah, pengacara sesi ceramah pada petang ini. Selamat datang ke sesi ceramah sempena Hari Penyelidikan 2023. Terima kasih kepada semua peserta yang menyertai program kami pada petang ini. Kami mengalahkan kehadiran tuan-tuan dan puan-puan ke program kami dan harapan kami agar semua akan mendapat manfaat daripada sesi ceramah ini. Sesi ceramah ini bertajuk Memperkasa Penulisan Akademik menggunakan AI yang bakal disampaikan oleh Prof. Maja Dr. Rabia Abdul Kadir dari Institut Visual Informatik UKM. Selamat datang Prof. Prof. Madia Dr.
Selamat datang. Selamat datang.
Terima kasih Prof. Madia Dr. Kerana sudi menerima jemputan kami untuk memberikan ceramah pada petang ini. Alhamdulillah pada petang ini kita bertuah kerana bakal mendengar penerangan dan pencerahan daripada Prof. Madia Dr. berkenaan dengan penggunaan AI ataupun Artificial Intelligence dalam bahasa Melayunya kecerdasan buatan, khususnya dalam aspek penulisan akademik. Sebelum tu sedikit peringatan, link sijil kehadiran akan diberikan di akhir sesi. Untuk kaki tangan UKM, sesi ini akan didaftarkan dalam urus bakat UKM. Sesi hari ini akan direkodkan. Diharap semua peserta dapat meletakkan mikrofon dalam mood senyap untuk mengelakkan gangguan sepanjang ceramah dijalankan. Sesi Q&A akan diadakan di akhir sesi ceramah. Anda boleh menghantar soalan melalui ruangan chat yang disediakan. Sebelum kita memulakan ceramah ini, izinkan saya untuk berkongsi butiran biodata ringkas penceramah kita kepada para hadirin sekalian. Prof. Madia Dr. Rabia Abdul Kadir merupakan pengarah Institut Informatik Visual IVI UKM. Beliau memperolehi PhD dalam bidang sains komputer. Bidang penulisan beliau adalah kecerdasan buatan AI, pembelajaran mesin dan pemprosesan ataupun analitik teks. Beliau mempunyai pengalaman sebagai seorang penceramah atau pembentang selama 20 tahun. Justru marilah kita sama-sama memberi perhatian kepada topik yang akan disampaikan. Dengan ini, tanpa kita melengahkan lagi masa, dengan segala hormatnya menjemput Prof. Madia Dr. Rabia Abdul Kadir untuk menyampaikan ceramah beliau. Dipersilakan.
Terima kasih Cik Azlan selaku majlis petang ini. So, izinkan saya share screen dulu.
Doktor nak share slide
Nampak tu slide saya?
Okey doktor, nampak. Cuma boleh apa ni?
Saya kena buat slide
Sakan
tu.
ni. Okey.
Okay. Alright. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat petang dan salam sejahtera kepada semua yang hadir petang ini. Nampak ada ramai partisipan yang turut serta di dalam majlis petang ni, iaitu bagi tajuk yang saya akan bentangkan petang ini untuk kita kongsi bersama ya, adalah berkenaan dengan AI ataupun kecerdasan buatan di dalam memperkasakan penulisan akademik. Okey, kita telah biasa dengan perisian-perisian ataupun aplikasi-aplikasi yang dibekalkan dengan teknologi kecerdasan buatan. Okey, dan kita tahu kemampuan kecerdasan buatan di dalam menawarkan bantuan yang kita kira sebagai bantuan yang berharga, okey, kepada kita sebagai para penyelidik ataupun sebagai pelajar apabila kita menyediakan artikel, okey, di mana kita lihat kepada bantuan dari segi aspek penulisan akademik. Okay. So, seperti apa yang kita lihat di sini, apa yang dinyatakan oleh Al-Harbi pada tahun 2020 dan juga Gill and Jason pada tahun 2021, di antara alat ataupun aplikasi-aplikasi yang dilengkapkan dengan teknologi AI adalah bagaimana kita melakukan pembetulan bahasa dan ejaan dan juga membuat pemeriksaan tata bahasa, membuat proofreading iaitu pembacaan proof, membuat penyemakan plagiarism, mencari sumber struktur yang berkaitan dan juga dengan adanya generative AI sekarang, ia mampu membantu dalam menyediakan dan memberikan ringkasan maklumat yang penting dan yang berkaitan dengan apa yang kita inginkan. So, dengan bantuan aplikasi-aplikasi ataupun alat-alat ini di masa ini, kita sebagai penulis mampu untuk mengenal pasti dan membuktikan kesilapan bahasa serta menjadikan keseluruhan manuskrip yang dihasilkan itu lebih jelas dan sempurna. Bagaimana dengan penulisan yang memerlukan pemikiran kritis dan analisis manusia dalam penulisan akademik? Adakah kecerdasan buatan ataupun teknologi AI ini telah pun menelusuri ataupun menyelesaikan masalah pemikiran kritis dan juga analisis di dalam penulisan kita seharian? Dan ini akan kita bincangkan dengan lebih lanjut di antara kekangan-kekangan aplikasi-aplikasi yang dilengkapkan dengan teknologi AI di dalam membantu penulisan akademik. Dan adakah anda pernah menggunakan AI sebelum ini? Okey, ini antara sedar ataupun tidak sedar. Apabila kita melihat kepada apa yang ditawarkan oleh teknologi AI di dalam aplikasi-aplikasi ataupun alat-alat secara online ataupun secara mobile di sini, memberi kemudahan kepada kita untuk membuat pembetulan bahasa, okey, pemeriksaan tata bahasa sebagaimana yang disenaraikan pada slide ini. Mungkin kita pernah menggunakan aplikasi-aplikasi yang telah pun dibekalkan dengan teknologi AI. Okey, kalau tak pernah menggunakan sekalipun, tak apa. Nanti selepas ni kita akan saya akan share beberapa aplikasi yang popular digunakan oleh penulis-penulis. Okay, sama ada penulis akademik ataupun bukan akademik, mereka sentiasa memerlukan bantuan kepada penggunaan aplikasi yang bercirikan bahasa. Okay? Pembetulan bahasa, pembetulan grammar, pembetulan ejaan, okay? Dan juga mungkin kalau penyelidik dia akan melihat kepada plagiarism. Okay? Takat mana plagiarism yang kita daripada artikel kita. Okay, itu adalah menjadi lumrah kepada kita. Sekarang ni sebenarnya kita telah diperkenalkan dengan satu teknologi yang menggunakan generative AI. Okay, di mana alat penulisan yang paling popular ketika ini adalah ChatGPT. Dan penggunaan alat ataupun aplikasi ChatGPT telah melonjak dalam popularitinya dengan menjanjikan era baharu dahan dan kecekapan yang menyediakan pelbagai jenis penggunaan. Dan satu kes penggunaan ialah tentang penulisan kertas akademik. Dan alat ini ataupun aplikasi ChatGPT ini mempunyai keupayaan yang luar biasa di mana ia boleh menghasilkan teks dalam beberapa saat dan menjadikan penulisan kertas akademik kelihatan lebih mudah untuk dihasilkan. Okey, di mana sebelum ini kita untuk membuat ringkasan daripada apa yang kita inginkan, kita perlu merujuk 2-3 hari. Okey, merujuk beberapa artikel untuk membuat ringkasan ke atas maklumat yang kita kendaki. Tetapi dengan bantuan ChatGPT, anda akan memperolehinya dalam kelip mata. Okay. So, maka di situlah timbulnya masalah. Okay. Di mana para pelajar ataupun para penulis kat sini cuba untuk menyerahkan kandungan yang dijana oleh AI sebagai milik mereka. Okay. Dengan mengetepikan proses penyelidikan yang asal ataupun gubahan yang asli. Dan apa yang kita nampak sekarang ini, kemudahan teknologi seperti ChatGPT ini perlu diurus dan digunakan dengan betul. Dan ramai juga pendidik melihat kepada teknologi penulisan AI satu masalah seperti yang saya nyatakan sebentar tadi, membawa kepada pembangunan pengurusan AI iaitu peralatan yang lain yang direka untuk membezakan antara kandungan tulisan manusia dan kandungan yang dihasilkan oleh AI. So, alat penulisan AI ini untuk membezakan yang mana artikel manusia dan yang mana artikel yang dihasilkan oleh teknologi AI adalah untuk mengekang sebarang penipuan ataupun ketepatan dan keberkesanannya telah menimbulkan kebimbangan. Dan juga alat ini sering bergelut untuk mengenal pasti teks yang dijana AI dengan tepat, meninggalkan ruang untuk kesaburan dalam menilai kerja pelajar. Di mana AI ChatGPT kita ketahui bahawa ia mampu untuk menghasilkan artikel ataupun keratan maklumat yang begitu meyakinkan, sehingga kita sendiri tidak dapat membuktikan di manakah adakah hasil kerja pelajar itu daripada AI ataupun daripada individu itu sendiri. Kecuali mereka yang benar-benar tahu tentang artikel, the cited article yang dirujuk oleh AI dan dirujuk oleh manusia. Ini pendidik apa yang kita perlu lakukan adalah untuk meneliti, memahami kedua-dua potensi alat penulisan AI dan juga cabaran yang ditimbulkan oleh batasan penulisan AI. Panduan ini menyelidiki selok-belok bagi memanfaatkan teknologi penulisan AI dalam pendidikan sambil menangani makna penulisan AI dan peranannya dalam proses pembelajaran. Walaupun kita nampak ada kemungkinan masalah yang timbul dengan wujudnya teknologi penulisan AI seperti ChatGPT ini. Namun saya suka juga untuk share beberapa jenis alat yang berasaskan AI dalam kehidupan penulisan kita sebelum wujudnya ChatGPT. Sebenarnya kita dah lama menggunakan alat-alat yang berkaitan ataupun yang menggunakan teknologi AI dalam penulisan kita. So, kita ada beberapa jenis aplikasi-aplikasi yang menggunakan AI di mana kita nampak ada manfaatnya kepada penulisan akademik. So, di antaranya adalah pemeriksaan tata bahasa. Dan apa yang dilakukan oleh teknologi AI untuk di sini adalah untuk menyemak kesalahan tata bahasa, ejaan dan juga mengesyorkan penambahbaikan penulisan. Okey, di antara ini adalah di antara Grammarly, okey. Ini adalah link grammarly.com di sini adalah melihat kepada kita punya tata bahasa. Okey, sekiranya ada kesilapan tata bahasa di situ ataupun kesilapan ejaan, maka aplikasi Grammarly yang kita attach dengan kita punya Word dan so on, dia akan membetulkan dan memberi color, memberi warna, indikator untuk kita memperbetulkan bahawa kita tersilap grammar dan kita tersilap ejaan. Okey, benda ni sebenarnya kita dah biasa gunakan. Dan di situ sebenarnya dah ada teknologi AI di dalam membantu penulisan akademik. Dan untuk memparafrasa, untuk kita memperbetulkan konteks ayat. Okey, ayat aktif jadikan pasif ini adalah untuk mengelakkan berlakunya plagiarism, okey, dan kita mampu menggunakan tools ini, memparafrasa ini untuk mengubah sesuatu ayat tanpa mengubah makna asalnya. Okey, dan aplikasi Tweetbot ini sangat berguna untuk menghindari plagiarism. Okay. Di sini saya memberikan dia punya URL untuk kita link kepada aplikasi Tweetbot. Ini adalah di antara alat-alat ataupun aplikasi yang menggunakan AI yang dapat membantu penulisan. Okey. So, saya akan pergi kepada setiap link di sini. Okey. Bagi selepas selesai saya punya penerangan hari ini. Seterusnya adalah melakukan ataupun membuat ringkasan. Okay. So, aplikasi yang dinamakan sebagai Summarize Board. Okay. Di sini ia membantu untuk meringkaskan maklumat penting dari teks yang panjang. Okay. Dekat sini agak memerlukan dia online service. Okay. Perkhidmatan yang diberikan secara atas talian. Saya hanya share bagaimana the Summarize Board dekat sini berfungsi. Okay, di mana kita akan share kita punya information dalam bentuk dalam bentuk dokumen melalui Facebook Messenger. Okay. So daripada kita share kita punya kepada Facebook Messenger, maka Summarize Board ini akan melakukan ringkasan, membuat ringkasan daripada dokumen yang kita inputkan, kita masukkan, dan seterusnya kita mendapatkan ringkasan artikel daripada ringkasan asal. Dan seterusnya dari segi pencarian rujukan. Dan saya pasti untuk pencarian rujukan ni sebenarnya para penyelidik ataupun pelajar sudah biasa kalau kita membuat menggunakan Google Scholar. Okay. So itu adalah link kepada Google Scholar. Kita hanya masukkan tajuk artikel yang kita nak sedaki dan dia akan dilinkkan kepada beberapa rujukan yang berkaitan. Kalau kita masukkan keyword, certain keyword di dalam Google Scholar, maka akan keluarlah beberapa tajuk, beberapa artikel daripada pelbagai publisher. Dan kebanyakan Google Scholar ini hanya akan mengeluarkan artikel-artikel yang open access. Okay. So artikel-artikel yang bukan open access seperti Elsevier, IEEE, Scopus, semua tu kita tak boleh dapatlah daripada Google Scholar. Okay. Sebab the function of Google Scholar ini hanya akan mencari sumber rujukan yang berkaitan dengan keyword yang kita maksudkan untuk penelitian akademik kita dan untuk meneruskan kita melakukan penelitian selanjutnya. Dan seterusnya kepada ekstrak format petikan. Okay. Alat seperti EasyBib. Okay. EasyBib ni adalah easy bibliografi ataupun citation. Ini itu adalah di antara alat-alat ataupun aplikasi-aplikasi atas talian yang menggunakan AI untuk kita mengekstrak petikan rujukan mengikut format yang dikehendaki. Okay. Apa yang dihasilkan daripada aplikasi EasyBib ini, kita hanya perlu memasukkan DOI number, DOI number di sini dan kita get it, maksudnya dia akan terus memberikan format apa, APA, format Chicago ataupun format MLA. Dan di situ kita akan mendapat rujukan-rujukan kita dalam petikan format yang tertentu. Okey, so apa yang kita lihat kat sini, kebanyakan format-format yang disediakan di sini membantu kita di dalam penelitian. Tapi apa yang kita perlu ingat, semua alat yang saya kongsikan di sini adalah hanya sebagai alat bantuan di dalam penelitian. Jangan rely 100% kepada apa yang dibekalkan dengan alat yang dibekalkan dengan teknologi AI. Okay. So kita tidak digalakkan untuk menggunakan sepenuhnya ataupun meletakkan kebergantungan kita kepada aplikasi-aplikasi ini. So kita, apa yang perlu kita lakukan, kita masih perlu membuat pemakat, kita masih perlu memastikan kualiti penelitian akademik yang akan kita hasilkan. Okay, so penggunaan alat yang berasaskan AI ini of course mempunyai kebaikan dan keburukan yang bersendiri. Okay, so saya lebih suka kalau kita lihat kepada kebaikan dulu daripada keburukan. Okay, so sesuatu alat ataupun sesuatu aplikasi yang dihasilkan, tujuan asalnya adalah untuk kebaikan. Cuma apabila ia disalahgunakan, ia menjadi membawa kepada keburukan. So saya suka kalau kita melihat pada kelebihan dahulu. Okey, ini adalah di antara kelebihan penggunaan alat. Okey, ataupun penggunaan kuisian aplikasi yang berasaskan AI. Of course, yang pertama ia melihat kepada kecakapan masa. Okey. Apa yang kita katakan dengan kecakapan masa kat sini iaitu AI dapat membantu untuk kita mempercepatkan proses penulisan dengan melakukan tugas-tugas seperti semakan tata bahasa, ejaan dan pencarian sumber rujukan. Okay, seperti mana yang saya share benda tadi, di antara perisian ataupun aplikasi yang sering digunakan, summary board, quill board, Grammarly, okay, itu semua adalah untuk aplikasi yang dapat membantu kita untuk mempercepatkan penulisan kita. Okay. Dan yang kedua dari segi konsisten, AI di sini dapat membantu memastikan konsistensi dalam penulisan seperti penggunaan tata bahasa dan gaya penulisan. Okey, di mana sekiranya apabila kita menginputkan kita punya sentence, okey, ayat kita ataupun frasa kita, maka di situ AI yang dapat membantu yang bersesuaian dengan kita perlukan ketika itu, dia akan menjaga kita punya tata bahasa dan kita akan mengeluarkan satu artikel yang mempunyai standard tata bahasa yang sama dan juga gaya penulisan yang sama. Seterusnya mengelakkan plagiarism. Okay, ini adalah isu plagiarism. Okay, beberapa aplikasi yang bercirikan AI di sini dapat membantu penulis untuk memparafrasa dan membuat petikan rujukan mengikut format yang dapat mengelakkan plagiat dari penulisan. Okey, di antara yang saya share tadi adalah Quillbot. Okey. Dia akan melihat kepada synonym word. Okey, dia akan menukar perkataan yang sinonim. Okey, di mana ia akan menjamin maksud ayat yang kita berikan di situ kekal. Okey, dia tidak mengubah maksud, dia hanya mengubah berdasarkan kepada dia synonym of word. Okey, perkataan-perkataan yang sinonim, ataupun dia akan mengubah frasa tersebut daripada aktif kepada pasif ataupun pasif kepada aktif. Okay. So di situ ia adalah untuk mengelakkan berlakunya plagiarism kita terhadap di dalam penulisan akademik. Okay. So kita tidak big changes dari segi frasa sesuatu ayat tu, tetapi dia mengekalkan makna yang kita maksudkan. Dan yang keempat adalah kebolehcapaian. Di sini banyak aplikasi yang berasaskan AI boleh didapati secara online. Okey, dan dapat dicapai pada bila-bila masa dan di mana sahaja. Dan ini membuat penulisan akademik menjadi lebih mudah dan selesa. Okey, so kita, as I said, apa yang saya share sebentar tadi, itu adalah di antara aplikasi-aplikasi yang sememangnya kita boleh capai bila-bila masa dan dia adalah free, okay? Free untuk digunakan. Kecuali kita menginginkan ekstra, okay? Aplikasi-aplikasi ini dia akan memberikan asas keperluan, okay? Dan sekiranya kita memerlukan lebihan, maka dia ada package dia untuk kita subscribe dan kita di situ ada payment lah. Tapi kalau setakat untuk asas pembelajaran, maka kita boleh mencapai pada bila-bila masa. Dan ianya adalah tidak memerlukan bayaran. Dan yang kelima, of course, dia membantukan kerja-kerja penyelidikan. Okay. So, hasil daripada penyidikan yang kita lakukan, hasil daripada eksperimen yang kita dapati, kita akan akhiri dengan penulisan. Dan di situlah di mana aplikasi-aplikasi AI ini dapat membantu dalam mencari dan menyusun sumber rujukan yang sangat berguna dalam penulisan akademik. So, nama seperti yang saya sebutkan sebelum ini adalah penting untuk kita menghasilkan pemikiran yang kritis dalam penulisan akademik yang tidak mampu dihasilkan oleh AI. So, kita nampak di situ masih ada kekangan di dalam teknologi AI. Memang dia boleh melakukan tingkatan dan memangnya dia boleh melakukan pembetulan ijaan, pembetulan grammar dan sebagainya. Tetapi masih ada kekangannya dari segi pemikiran kritis dan analisis yang mampu dilakukan oleh manusia. Dan di sini adalah di antara kekurangan alat-alat yang berasaskan AI, di mana yang pertama adalah kurangnya pemahaman dari segi konteks atau makna perkataan dan ayat. Di sini AI masih belum mampu untuk memahami konteks atau makna dari teks seperti mana pemahaman yang dapat dilakukan oleh manusia. Dan perkara ini boleh membawa kepada tafsiran yang tidak tepat ataupun tidak relevan. Okey, di sini masih ada kekangan-kekangan untuk para penyelidik bagi mengetengahkan pemahaman konteks ataupun makna perkataan dalam sesuatu ayat. Dan yang kedua, sifat kebergantungan pengguna. Ini adalah di antara risiko dari segi keburukan adanya teknologi AI di sini. Risiko di mana penulis akan selalu bergantung kepada teknologi AI dan akan mengakibatkan hilangnya kreativiti dalam pemikiran yang kritis di kalangan penulis dalam menghasilkan karya yang asli. Dan sebenarnya ini yang kita paling geruni apabila kita hanya bergantung sepenuhnya kepada keupayaan AI. Okay. So, dari gambar yang saya nyatakan dekat sini adalah menyatakan di antara human brain dan juga AI brain. Okay. Mempunyai fungsi yang sama, tetapi AI masih ada kekangan-kekangan yang tidak mampu diselesaikan oleh manusia. Dan pada masa yang sama, sekiranya manusia terlalu bergantung kepada aplikasi-aplikasi yang berasaskan AI ini, maka hilang kreativiti pemikiran yang kritis ataupun analisis yang boleh dilakukan oleh manusia. So ini yang kita perlu beri perhatian, especially kepada anak-anak yang selalu ataupun pelajar-pelajar kita yang selalu menggunakan AI untuk membantu penulisan akademik mereka. Okay. Dan seterusnya dari segi privacy. Ini pun kita kena ambil serius. Okay, dari segi privacy, kebanyakan alat ataupun aplikasi-aplikasi ini dicapai secara atas talian. Okay, dan ia adalah free of charge. Kita boleh menggunakan at any time, bila-bila masa, dan di situ fungsinya adalah untuk membantu kita. Tapi dalam sedar ataupun tidak sedar, setiap teks yang kita hasilkan itu adalah hasil kerja kita ataupun hasil penyelidikan kita. Okay. Dan alat-alat ini akan melihat kepada teks yang kita hantar tadi dan mereka akan menganalisis dan menyemak hasil kerja kita. Dan secara tak langsung, hasil kerja kita itu tidak ada privacy dah. Okey, kita dah berikan, bila kita share saja, maka dia akan mengambil teks kita, mengambil frasa kita dan dia menganalisis dan benda itu akan menjadi terbuka untuk setiap sahaja. Okay. So, dia akan menghilangkan privasi para penyelidik dalam melaksanakan kerja-kerja eksperimen para penyelidik. Dan yang seterusnya adalah dari segi kesalahan teknikal. Okay. Seperti semua teknologi sebelum ini, okay, aplikasi yang berasaskan AI juga mempunyai kemungkinan mengalami kesalahan teknikal ataupun downtime, okay, yang boleh mengganggu proses penulisan. Okay, dan ini tidak mustahil. Sebab itu saya nyatakan, walaupun kita menggunakan aplikasi AI ini untuk membantu penulisan kita, dan tanpa sedar, pada satu-satu masa, penulisan yang dihasilkan oleh AI itu tidak tepat, okay, dan tidak relevan. Maka artikel yang kita hasilkan itu instead of berkualiti menjadi tidak berkualiti. Okay, tidak menepati. Di situ ada kemungkinan aplikasi-aplikasi AI ini mengalami situasi downtime, iaitu situasi di mana kesalahan teknikal berlaku. Di dalam dia menghasilkan analisis dan semakan ke atas apa yang kita perlukan. Okey, so dengan itu saya suka syorkan di sini adalah penting untuk kita sentiasa melakukan semakan dengan sendiri dan memastikan bahawa penulisan kita sentiasa memenuhi standard akademik yang ditetapkan mengikut standard pada tahap pengujian. Tahap jurnal yang kita pilih untuk menerbitkan artikel yang menceritakan penyelidikan dan hasil penyelidikan kita. Okay. Effort ataupun usaha daripada individu itu masih diperlukan untuk mengimbangi, okay, untuk mengimbangi dalam teknologi dan juga penulisan yang akan kita hasilkan. So, macam mana nak mengimbangi teknologi dalam penulisan? Okay. Sekarang ni dah berbagai alat yang kita boleh capai. Okay, so apabila pada siapa yang tidak pernah menggunakan aplikasi-aplikasi yang saya kongsikan tadi, mungkin selepas ni you all boleh cuba, okay, menggunakan aplikasi-aplikasi tersebut, bagaimana ia membantu menukarkan frasa, bagaimana ia membantu membetulkan spelling dan sebagainya. Okay. In fact, kalau kita lihat di dalam email, okay, Grammarly telah digunakan. Okay. Sekiranya kita tersilap ejaan, maka di dalam email kita akan membetulkan, dia akan letak highlight kita punya words kat situ, dan dia kita akan betulkan ayat tu according yang dicadangkan. Bukan setakat itu saja, tetapi pada masa yang sama, ia juga memberikan cadangan ataupun membetulkan kita punya grammar ataupun nahwu tata bahasa kita. Okay. So, di situ sebenarnya ciri-ciri Grammarly, okay, telah dimasukkan di dalam email. Okay. Sedar ataupun tidak sedar, memang kita telah menggunakannya pun. Okay. So, of course, apabila kita diberikan kemudahan yang sedemikian, kita terus leka. Okay. So, cara kita menulis email, kita akan tulis saja sebab kita tahu Grammarly, okay, aplikasi Grammarly akan membantu kita dari segi membetulkan spelling ataupun ejaan, membetulkan tata bahasa kita dan sebagainya. Okay. So, bagaimana nak mengimbangi kebergantungan kita terhadap teknologi di dalam penulisan kita. So the next slide adalah tentang kita duduk dalam satu sesi penulisan tanpa komputer. Let's say kita pergi kepada a conventional, a conventional writing. Tak ada komputer, kita hanya ada buku dalam bentuk hard copy, artikel dan sebagainya. As a practice untuk mengimbangi kebergantungan diri kita kepada teknologi dalam penulisan akademik kita. Yang pertama, kita menyediakan platform perbincangan, rakan-rakan dan pembelajaran yang kolaboratif. Di situ pengajar atau tenaga pengajar boleh mempertimbangkan sesi penulisan dalam kelas tanpa komputer untuk mengekalkan pendekatan pendidikan yang seimbang. Di sini kita menghadkan teknologi semasa sesi ini berlangsung dan menggalakkan pelajar mengembangkan kemahiran menulis mereka tanpa terlalu bergantung ataupun tanpa bergantung pada bantuan AI. So, apa yang kita dapat? Kita mampu untuk menyediakan satu platform untuk memupuk perbincangan rakan-rakan dan pembelajaran kolaboratif iaitu menggalakkan pembangunan kemahiran komunikasi yang menurun. Okay. So, apabila kita telah dilengkapi dengan teknologi AI dalam penulisan kita, of course kita boleh menyelesaikan ataupun menulis artikel dengan cepat, dengan pantas dalam sekelip mata dan kita tidak memerlukan hubungan antara rakan. Okay. So di situ kita tidak ada komunikasi antara rakan. Okay. Kalau kita lihat kepada kesannya apabila kita selalu trust ataupun selalu bergantung kepada teknologi, maka itulah akan jadi di antara diri kita. In fact, saya sebagai penulis for more than 20 years. Sebelum ni, dengan tidak adanya teknologi yang memberikan semua kemudahan kepada kita always keep in touch dengan rakan-rakan untuk mendapat pandangan, untuk berbincang dan sebagainya. So di situ berlakunya pembelajaran yang kolaboratif. Okay. Tapi apabila dengan adanya teknologi AI, kita boleh menyelesaikan masalah dengan pantas dan kita hanya merujuk kepada aplikasi-aplikasi yang berasaskan AI ini bagi membantu kita menghasilkan karya kita. Dan yang kedua, apabila kita cuba untuk menghadkan penggunaan komputer semasa sesi penulisan tanpa komputer, di situ akan wujudnya persekitaran di mana pelajar boleh mengasah kemahiran menulis melalui penglibatan langsung dengan pen dan kertas. So, sebenarnya peralihan daripada menaik kepada tulisan memupuk kepada hubungan yang lebih mendalam antara pemikiran dan ekspresi. Melalui penulisan, kita boleh melihat pemikiran dan ekspresi seseorang ketika itu. Dan menimbulkan proses kognitif dalam mencipta kandungan bertulis. So, di sini pelajar digalakkan untuk mengeluarkan hasil melalui proses perubahan ataupun karya penulisan tanpa bantuan alat AI. Apabila sesi penulisan tanpa komputer diperkenalkan ataupun diberikan kepada pelajar, maka hubungan-hubungan seperti ini kita dapat pupuk bagi meningkatkan proses kognitif. Seperti yang kita lihat tadi sebelum ini, apabila kebergantungan kepada AI, maka hilangnya kreativiti. hilangnya kreativiti dan hilangnya daya analisis individu ataupun manusia itu sendiri. Okay. So apabila kita meletakkan diri kita dalam satu situasi penulisan tanpa komputer, maka secara tak langsung kita akan mengerah otak kita untuk memikirkan apa yang perlu dibuat. Dan yang ketiga, apabila situasi ini kita berikan, okay, di mana sesi penulisan memudahkan interaksi dan kerjasama antara rakan sebaya. Semasa pelajar bekerjasama, mereka boleh melibatkan diri dalam membina, dalam perbincangan, masa nyata, berkongsi idea dan memberi maklum balas yang membina antara satu sama lain. Suasana kerjasama ini akan mengelakkan pertukaran perspektif yang pelbagai, membolehkan pelajar memperhalisi penulisan mereka melalui pandangan kolektif dan seterusnya memupuk pembangunan kemahiran komunikasi yang berkesan, iaitu merupakan tunjang kepada pendidikan yang holistik. Okay. Kita terapkan interaksi di antara rakan sebaya. Apabila kita cuba meletakkan satu masa tidak meletakkan kebergantungan yang melampau kepada teknologi AI. Dan seterusnya, kita menekankan seni mencipta perkataan dan juga menggalakkan introspeksi dan pemikiran kritis. Okay, ini adalah yang paling penting, paling unik yang ada pada manusia. Okay. Dan di situ pelajar akan mempertimbangkan dengan teliti perkataan-perkataan, struktur ayat dan aliran naratif mereka yang membawa kepada penglibatan yang lebih mendalam dalam kandungan yang dihasilkan. So, pendekatan musyawarah ini menyokong kepada memupuk kreativiti dan keaslian dalam ekspresi elemen yang mungkin tersekat apabila semata-mata kita bergantung kepada kemudahan teknologi. Why I'm saying that? Kenapa kita tersekat kreativiti? Sebab kita hanya melontarkan apa yang kita nak dan teknologi ataupun aplikasi yang berasaskan teknologi AI ini akan memberikan kita jawapan apa yang kita lontarkan kepadanya. Okay. Maka di situ kita hanya memberi dan menerima tanpa adanya pemikiran yang kritis. Okay. So apa yang penting dalam sesi penulisan dalam kelas yang menentang daya tarikan kandungan yang dijangan oleh AI ini adalah untuk menggalakkan pelajar menerima proses penulisan tanpa campuran teknologi AI. Untuk memperkatakan sebagai seorang penulis yang mampu untuk memanfaatkan keupayaan inskripsi mereka itu sendiri. Dan peralihan fokus ini adalah untuk mengukuhkan idea bahawa walaupun teknologi adalah alat yang berharga, gabungan usaha peribadi, kreativiti dan pemikiran analytical benar-benar boleh memupuk kemahiran penulis yang luar biasa. Walaupun saya adalah seorang yang mengkaji tentang artificial intelligence itu sendiri, tapi saya tetap untuk menyatakan bahawa teknologi AI yang diterapkan di dalam penulisan akademik itu hanya membantu penulisan. Jangan bergantung sepenuhnya kepada kepada teknologi ataupun aplikasi. So, untuk ini saya dapat nyatakan bahawa walaupun AI itu dapat membantu, tetapi constraint ataupun kekangan teknologi AI itu sendiri dari segi pemikiran yang kritis dan analisis yang boleh dilakukan manusia, ia tetap dimiliki oleh manusia. Mungkin suatu hari nanti AI mampu untuk melihat kepada pemikiran yang kritis dan analisis. Saya tak katakan ia mustahil. Okay? Kalau kita lihat kepada ChatGPT sendiri, memang telah menghampiri kepada penulisan yang kritis dan menganalisis. Okay? Sebab dia melihat kepada keseluruhan relevant dokumen dan dia dan aplikasi tersebut dia summarize dan everything. Cuma keyakinan kita terhadap apa yang dihasilkan itu jangan diletakkan sebagai 100%. Okay, so masih di dalam persoalan saya, sekiranya anda rasa belum menggunakan AI di dalam penulisan sebelum ini, saya rasa sebenarnya kita tak ada yang tidak menggunakan alat AI sebenarnya. As I said, secara sedar ataupun tidak sedar, kita memang telah menggunakan, tetapi mungkin kita tidak menggunakan ChatGPT di dalam menghasilkan penulisan kita, tetapi kita masih menggunakan perisian ataupun aplikasi seperti pembetulan spelling, pembetulan tata bahasa, penyemakan plagiarism, penggunaan carian rujukan menggunakan Google Scholar. Sebenarnya itu yang kita dah lakukan dah bertahun-tahun. Okey. Tetapi mungkin disebabkan teknologi generatif AI yang diterapkan kepada ChatGPT itu, masa kita merasakan AI ini menggunakan adalah sesuatu yang banyak membantu. Sebenarnya memang dia membantu kita setelah sekian lama. Saya ada masa lagi ke? Untuk saya pergi kepada sampel of tweetbot.
Ada masa lagi, Prof?
Ada ya?
Ada masa. Ada.
Okay, so saya nak pergi kepada contoh. Okay. Okey, ini adalah salah satu parafrasa ataupun paraphrases. Okey, membetulkan apa yang saya katakan tadi, membetulkan ayat pasif kepada aktif kepada pasif. Kita tengok sampel ayat satu sampel ayat untuk tweetbot business problem. So, ini adalah contoh teks kita. Okey. Ini yang saya maksudkan bagaimana AI teknologi itu membantu di dalam kita memparafrasa ayat pasif menjadi aktif menjadi pasif, ataupun juga dia melihatkan kepada sinonim. Sinonim ayat yang kita masukkan kat sini. Kat sini saya masukkan tweetbot paraphraser untuk AI powered technology to help user to rewrite and enhance text effectively, cutting writing time in half. With the use of AI powered technology, tweetbot paraphraser enable users to improve, to help users pada improve and reword content rewrite, okay, thereby halving the amount of the time needed for writing. Okay. Konteks ayat berubah, okay. Konteks tidak berubah, frasa berubah, tetapi konteks ayat masih kekal. Di mana clipboard di situ membantu to improve and to rewrite the content. Okay. So ini adalah salah satu yang kritian yang kita gunakan untuk mengelakkan berlakunya plagiarism. Okay. So, kita avoid the plagiarism di dalam penulisan kita, so kita gunakan clipboard bagi membantu. Ataupun apabila kita tidak confident, okay, dengan ayat yang kita, sebab clipboard ni basically aplikasi macam ini adalah in English. So kita tahu bahawa English tidak adalah second language. So sekiranya kita tidak confident dengan ayat yang kita berikan tu in the right, in a proper phrases. So kita gunakan clipboard juga untuk membantu kita mengolah ayat tersebut. Okay. Selain daripada kita gunakan Grammarly untuk membetulkan tata bahasa kita dari segi past tense, present tense dan sebagainya. Alright, untuk summary saya tak boleh tunjukkan sebab dia kena pada Facebook Messenger. Saya ni on the technology IT ni orang, tapi Facebook tu tak ada. So tu ada private Facebook dekat Facebook Messenger tu untuk summary board tu saya tak boleh nak tunjukkan kat sini. Untuk Google Scholar, I believe that you all untuk Google Scholar Scholar dia memang adalah untuk kita really look at into apa yang kita nak cari. Sekiranya kita ingin mencari AI powered social bot, something related on it. So apa yang dia akan keluarkan, ini adalah artikel. Okay. Satu artikel yang di another artikel yang related dengan apa yang kita cari dalam PDF Swan publisher. Okay. Take publication. So this is where the rujukan yang kita cari lalu dibuat, dan design of the future scholar ini adalah di mana teknologi AI dimasukkan walaupun tidak sepenuhnya. Okay, tetapi di situ natural language processing salah satu AI teknologi digunakan di dalam pemprosesan bagi mendapatkan artikel-artikel itu. Okay. So saya rasa itu saja, mungkin saya buka kepada Q&A pada mana-mana question daripada para peserta petang ni.
Okay, terima kasih Prof. Madia Dr. atas kongsian yang berkongsi tadi. Okay, sekarang tiba masa untuk sesi Q&A. Para peserta boleh mengajukan soalan di ruangan chat ataupun boleh buka mic untuk bercakap atau bertanya terus kepada Prof. Madia Dr. Prof. Madia Dr. Saya ada satu soalan, iaitu dari aspek pemurnian bahasa, yang manakah lebih baik, Quillbot atau ChatGPT atau Grammarly, memandangkan ketiga-tiga platform tersebut mempunyai fungsi yang seakan-akan sama?
Actually, slightly different between those three. Untuk ChatGPT, ini bukan membetulkan frasa ataupun sebagainya, tetapi kita ini membantu kita. ChatGPT dia akan mendapatkan keseluruhan references daripada keyword yang kita masukkan, okay, daripada keyword yang kita masukkan di situ, dia akan melihat kepada semua references yang ada di dalam pengkalan data dia, okay, dan kemudian dia akan summarize it. Summarize it dan memberikan satu dokumen ataupun collection of information yang related dengan apa yang kita nak tahu. Berbeza dengan Grammarly dia tidak melihat kepada ringkasan daripada apa di dalam database, tetapi dia hanya membetulkan tata bahasa dan juga spelling. Okay. Dan untuk key report tu pula, spesifik kepada frasa yang kita masukkan. Dia tidak akan melihat kepada apa maklumat yang ada di dalam database dia ataupun pengkalan data dia. Dia akan melihat kita punya frasa kat situ dan di situ dia akan mengolah semula frasa kita berdasarkan sifat sentence yang kita masukkan ataupun frasa yang kita masukkan dan juga sinonim word yang ada pada dia untuk dia menggantikan teks asal. Dia punya fungsi tak sama sebenarnya.
Okey, baik.
Assalamualaikum, saya ada soalan boleh nak tanya?
Okey, waalaikumsalam. Boleh berikan nama dan juga daripada mana?
Saya Arif, saya salah seorang pelajar PhD tapi saya daripada UiTM lah.
Okey.
Cuma saya nak tanya, ada tak since Prof. Doktor ada mention berkaitan dengan risiko, kelemahan lah kebergantungan pelajar kepada AI. Cuma saya nak tanya, ada tak restriction ataupun prohibition ataupun mana-mana AI yang tidak dibenarkan, yang telah yang konon-konon mungkin diwartakan tidak dibenarkan digunakan oleh pelajar bagi memastikan originality dan juga orang kata novelty dalam report, thesis report, menyediakan writing. Just nak tahulah sebab saya pun kadang-kadang bila tengok AI ni macam rasa macam something tak kena jugalah walaupun dia amat membantu tapi kita rasa tak sedap hati. Macam tu.
Okey. Di Malaysia so far kita tidak ada. Kita tidak ada arahan untuk kita melibatkan menggunakan satu-satu aplikasi yang berasaskan AI ini. Okay. Tetapi di negara luar ada yang telah tidak membenarkan penggunaan alat-alat AI, especially on ChatGPT. Okay. Untuk alat seperti Grammarly, paraphrase yang saya nyatakan tadi, yang itu tidak menjadi masalah. Okay. Sebab ia membantu mempercepatkan penulisan. Tetapi the idea still come daripada penulis itu sendiri. Okay. Tetapi untuk ChatGPT kita hanya memberikan apa yang kita nak. Okay. So that is why some negara, okay, dia tidak membenarkan untuk penggunaan di sekolah, tetapi dekat universiti dia masih membenarkan. Tidak ada kekangan di situ, tetapi di sekolah sebab dia untuk mengelakkan hilangnya kreativiti, keupayaan aktiviti pelajar itu sendiri dalam menulis. Okay. Dari sekolah dia tapi di Malaysia belum. Malaysia tidak ada set peraturan untuk mengekang mana-mana aplikasi AI sebenarnya di dalam pembelajaran.
Cuma macam saya ada attend kelas sebelum ni lah, kursus-kursus lain berkaitan dan ada orang tanya berkaitan AI lah. Dia mention berkaitan dengan dan tenaga pengajar beritahu kita tak ada, memang betul lah kata Profesor Doktor bahawa kita tak ada tidak menolak student untuk guna AI, tapi zaman dulu kita kena baca sendiri, zaman sekarang macam jenis AI yang student boleh guna chat PDF dan sebagainya lah. Cuma apa ni yang saya sendiri menggunakan AI untuk generate ideas. Contoh saya tanya ChatGPT guidance untuk topik ni, apa lagi saya kena cari, macam tu. Dan ada juga saya dapatkan apa ni kalau saya tak jumpa konflik, saya nak cari konflik macam mana, macam tu. Tapi itulah rasa kadang tak sedar hati lah. Itu je lah, nak sedarkan hati sendiri tu tanya tu. Takut macam salah orang kata tak berkat itu panggil, tapi bila tak ada guide prohibition tu lega sikit lah, maknanya halal lagi lah tu.
Dia tak ada. Sebab apa? Sebab kita tak boleh ban satu-satu macam itu, sebab kita nampak masih ada faedahnya kepada pengguna ataupun penulis itu. As you said lah. Okay. If you need it in past you pasti menggunakan. Tetapi kita sebagai pengguna kita kena tahu apa yang kita perlu menyemak semula, yang kita perlu menimbulkan pemikiran-pemikiran kritis apa yang diberikan oleh ChatGPT kita. Okay? Sebab memang telah diketahui oleh memang telah dijumpai oleh pakar-pakar dalam bidang ni, sesetengah maklumat yang diberikan oleh ChatGPT itu tidak benar. Okay? So itu yang kita kena careful. Okay? So penggunaan dia macam tidak ada dilarang, tetapi cara kita menggunakan aplikasi itu sendiri kita mesti tidak meletakkan kita 100% bergantung kepada aplikasi tersebut.
Macam saya akan any citing daripada teks yang disyadahkan oleh AI, saya akan rujuk balik artikel tu dan cari balik betul ke tak sumber ni. Dan saya juga pastikan dia punya artikel tu adalah index artikel lah, untuk pastikan betul apa yang di-citing. Mana saya buat double checking macam tu lah. I hope saya risau keberkatan sebab dia akan mengganggu proses nanti kalau silap buat. Silap gaya, silap cara.
Apa yang saudara Arif buat ni adalah betul. Okay. So you use it hanya untuk membantu, tetapi tidak bergantung, dan you akan double check on whatever that you get daripada aplikasi-aplikasi yang berasaskan AI.
Terima kasih Prof. Doktor. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Lega.
Okay, Doktor. Ada soalan ni di chat box. Dr. Rabia, macam mana dengan penggunaan chat GPT atau yang sama seumpamanya? Adakah teknologi AI ini memberikan kesan kepada isu plagiat kepada student dalam penulisan kajian?
Okey, kalau nak I katakan tentang chat GPT ni, sebab chat GPT ni dia belajar daripada data yang dia ada. Okay? Dia belajar daripada apa yang saya katakan historical data lah. Historical data ni adalah data yang tersimpan di dalam pengkalan data dia. Okay? So apabila kita memberikan satu keyword, okay? Satu keyword yang sama dalam masa 2-3 hari yang berbeza, hasilnya akan berbeza. Okay? So bila dia memberikan hasil yang berbeza, maka akan terbatallah isu plagiat dekat situ. Sebab orang mungkin akan menanyakan frasa yang sama, okay, dalam masa yang berbeza. Dan setiap kali ChatGPT itu menerima frasa yang sama, dan dia akan melihat kepada pengkalan datanya, dan pengkalan datanya adalah berkembang ataupun telah grow dari segi knowledge-nya, maka hasilnya akan berbeza daripada orang lain. Sebab database dia keep on growing, okay, sentiasa berkembang. So dekat situ akan tidak berlakunya plagiat bagi student. Okay. So the plagiat ni kita kena tahu plagiat ni adalah apabila kita memetik exactly satu-satu frasa tersebut, okay, tanpa kita memberikan petikan reference. Maka di situ berlakunya plagiat. Dan sekiranya kita meletakkan petikan reference pada sentence tersebut, maka di situ tidak ada plagiat. Sebab kita telah memberitahu umum yang statement ini ataupun frasa ini adalah daripada author ini. Okay. So untuk chat GPT dia tak ada isu tentang plagiat. Definasi plagiat tu sendiri kita kena tahulah. Cuma saya nak share dekat sini sifat chat GPT itu dia akan database dia akan berkembang dari semasa ke semasa dan secara tak langsung isu plagiat dekat situ tidak timbul sebab every time kita tanya dia akan memberikan jawapan yang berbeza.
Baik. Harap dapat menjawab soalan tadi. Okey, seterusnya Prof. Ada soalan ni tentang daripada Lieutenant Colonel Fairuz. Apa polisi UKM dalam penggunaan AI di kalangan pelajar pada masa hadapan? Polisi UKM.
Polisi UKM kita tidak menghadkan tak memberi restriction untuk penggunaan AI di kalangan pelajar. So far tidak ada polisi dan tidak ada garis panduan untuk itu. Kita maksudnya kita membenarkan penggunaan AI dan adalah menjadi tanggungjawab pelajar dan tanggungjawab penyelia untuk melihat dan menyemak hasil karya pelajar. Itu saya boleh jawab. Untuk polisi di UKM tidak ada.
Okey, seterusnya soalan, apakah terdapat sebarang aplikasi lain untuk mengesan tahap yakni peratusan penggunaan AI dalam sesuatu penulisan di kalangan pelajar dan adakah ia dipraktikkan di kalangan pensyarah UKM? Dr.
Tahap penggunaan AI dalam suatu penulisan. Nak kata satu aplikasi untuk mengesan tahap penggunaan AI di sini, dan spesifik alat pengesan. Okey. Sebab apa yang dihasilkan oleh AI, especially on the chat GPT itu sendiri, dia very sukar untuk menentukan sama ada dia hasil manusia ataupun hasil AI. Okay. Kecuali seseorang yang dalam pakar bidang, okay, sekiranya maklumat yang diberikan oleh chat GPT itu tidak tepat, okay, dari segi faktanya dan dilihat oleh seseorang pakar itu sendiri, maka di situ berlakunya penekanan ke atas penggunaan AI dalam penulisan pelajar. Okay. So dari segi the practice of the kalangan pensyarah UKM di situ, memang tidak dinafikan, okay, setengah pensyarah menggunakan chat GPT juga. Seperti apa daripada yang Cik Arif tadi yang bertanyakan soalan, tetapi dia hanya untuk membantu, okey, bukan digunakan secara berleluasa dan memberi kebergantungan yang 100% kepada aplikasi yang berasaskan AI ini. Hanya membantu. Okay. It's good kalau kita gunakan peralatan ataupun aplikasi-aplikasi AI ini adalah untuk membantu penulisan kita, untuk mempercepatkan penulisan kita, tetapi effort daripada kita untuk menentukan hasil karya kita sendiri itu masih ditekankan di dalam penghasilan penulisan artikel ataupun akademik. Itu je saya boleh share untuk soalan tersebut.
Okey. Harap dapat menjawab soalan tadi. Okey, jika ada soalan lagi daripada para peserta. Okey, adakah ada soalan lagi ni? Adakah turn-in boleh dijadikan satu tools untuk mengesan peratusan penggunaan AI? Sejauh manakah ia digunakan khusus di UKM? Penggunaan turn-in, Doktor.
Okey, turn-in dia tidak boleh melihat kepada peratusan penggunaan AI. Turn-in itself adalah aplikasi yang menggunakan teknologi AI untuk mengesan plagiarism. Okay, turn-in adalah salah satu aplikasi yang berasaskan teknologi AI untuk mengesan ataupun menyemak plagiarism. Tapi dia bukan untuk mengesan peratusan penggunaan AI. Okay, so itu jawapan saya. Soalan tersebut.
Okey. Okey, Permada Doktor, kita tak ada soalan lagi. Mungkin satu soalan daripada saya lah last. Adakah AI ni memberikan kebaikan ataupun ancaman kepada penulis akademik ataupun kita punya inilah pendidikan kita, pendidikan tinggi kita?
Bergantung pada kita yang menggunakan. Tetapi saya tak nampak AI itu adalah satu ancaman. Saya nampak teknologi AI ini membantu dari segi penulisan akademik. Dengan syarat orang yang menggunakannya tahu batas-batas dalam penggunaannya. Dia macam teknologi AI ni yang ada di dalam aplikasi-aplikasi yang membantu penulisan ini adalah seperti kita menggunakan, seperti smartphone. Okay? Ini adalah seperti smartphone. Ini diperlukan. Okay? Ini diperlukan dalam kehidupan kita dan teknologi AI diperlukan dalam penulisan. Okay? Tetapi jangan disalahgunakan. Kemudahan-kemudahan yang disediakan oleh teknologi AI di dalam membantu penulisan artikel. Itu saja. Aizlan, saya menjawab soalan.
Saya menjawab soalan. Okay, saya rasa dah tak ada soalan lagi daripada para peserta. Okay. Dengan demikian, saya bagi pihak Perpustakaan UKM ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Permada Dr. Rabia Abdul Kadir atas perkongsian ilmu dan pencerahan sebentar tadi, dan kepada semua peserta kami harap ceramah ini memberikan manfaat dan pencerahanlah kepada teknologi AI yang semakin meluas digunakan di universiti dan juga pendidikan tinggi lah. Okey. Untuk makluman, link sijil kehadiran atau maklumat balas telah diberikan di ruangan chat. Dipersilakan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan untuk mengisi link maklumat balas tersebut untuk mendapatkan sijil kehadiran. Okey. Untuk slides, ada yang bertanya Doktor, slides boleh share ke?
Boleh. Jadi saya
boleh,
berikan kepada perkataan library
pada pengajuan. Okey, pada library. Okey, sebelum bersurai, kita ada sesi bergambar lah bersama penceramah untuk kenang-kenangan bersama. Dipersilakan petugas Encik Hamdani untuk mengambil gambar. Mohon semua peserta dapat membuka kamera untuk mengambil gambar tersebut.
Okey, masih ada yang belum buka. Kejap ni. Handsome belakang semua ni. Cantik-cantik semuanya. Sekejap ya. Okey, kejap lagi. Okey, saya tangkap page yang pertama ya. 1, 2, 3. Okey, page yang kedua pula. 1, 2, 3. Okey, page yang ketiga. 1, 2, 3. Page yang keempat. Baik, satu lagi kita bagi semua yang with video saja. Kita tengok, okey. Siapa yang dalam video ni saja yang handsome lah sebenarnya. Okey, satu, sekejap. Okey, 1, 2, 3. Okey, selesai Encik Lai.
Okey, terima kasih kepada Cik Hamdani. Sekali lagi kita dah selesai ceramah kita pada petang ini. Sekali lagi bagi pihak penganjur Perpustakaan UKM mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua, kepada penceramah kita Prof. Madya Dr. Rabia Abdul Kadir dan juga kepada semua peserta yang dapat hadir pada petang ini. Semoga kita dapat bertemu lagi lah ya di lain masa dengan program-program perpustakaan yang akan datang. Dengan itu saya sudahi dengan wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Prof.
Terima kasih
Ya,
Prof.
sedia. Assalamualaikum.
Cik Nan, ada beberapa peserta
kasih
kita yang tak
banyak-banyak,
dapat
Prof.
ECJ.
Terima kasih sangat-sangat.
Boleh
Bagi
semak
yang tak
ada
dapat,
yang tak dapat
bagi yang tak dapat ECJ tu boleh tengok spam
ECJ.
folder.